Hello, everyone. We're going to be starting in a few minutes, so just get ready, prepare, maybe keep your seat, but in a few minutes we will begin. Starting in 2 minutes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming today. We're going to be starting in 30 seconds. So people with seats, please have a seat. People in the back, we thank you for your support. So we're going to begin. And I'm going to begin by welcoming all the guests. And I appreciate everybody supporting. I'm very happy to see so many startups and so many people who represent the innovation community here in Hong Kong. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm James Huan. I'm the executive chairman of Jumpstart. For those who don't know so much about our company, I'm here to tell you more. So we're known for our media. We have the largest English print media in Asia, focusing on startups, distributed in 11 countries in 39 cities. We do events as well. We partner with global events around the world. Some small touches, but today we do a larger touch. We're working with Start Me Up, Invest Hong Kong and Ocean Park to really give something unique back to the community. Besides media and events, we also run accelerators. And for our accelerators, a little unique. We take teams from around the world, help them build their business, and our stakeholders will subsequently invest into these teams. I actually see some people from our accelerator from Thailand here. So thank you so much. Beyond that, we also run an education platform. For me, I've always wanted to help the next generation. One thing I always felt important was how do I give back in a larger scale? We've always done one-on-one in-face programs. Now we've launched a platform where we can help secondary school students from anywhere in the world in any language learn about STEM and entrepreneurship. We also help a lot of people in the community network, investor matching. We help them really get to the next level. So that's what we do at Jumpstart. And we thank you for your support. So I wanted to announce some of the VIPs, some of our special guests that we have today. So in the audience, we have Mr. Leung Ho, GBM, GBS, JP Standing Committee of the CPP CC National Committee. We have Mr. Iron C. Wing Hua, BBS, JP Standing Committee of the CPP CC National Committee. We have Mr. C. Ching Lau, BBS, JP, member of the CPP CC National Committee. We have Mr. William Se Duck Chong, member of the CPP CC National Committee and member of the Committee of Social and Legal Affairs of the CPP CC National Committee. We're very honored to have them at our event. To go ahead, we want to have people come up and say a few words to really inaugurate this event. As you can see, we have really special guests, but we also have a crew waiting there, right? So we're going to actually inaugurate this differently. We're going to have a lion dance. We're going to have different areas. People in the second row have bubble machines. We have bubble machines on the side. We're going to be talking about ribbon cutting a little later. But we're going to have, first of all, we want to thank some of our supporters, Invest Hong Kong, Start Me Up team. We have Ocean Park CEO Ivan Wong. We have Meta Mining Lab, RD Lee, who helped us organize this event as well, our sponsors, and we're inviting a few VIP speakers on the stage to say a few words. So we're going to have welcome remarks from Mr. Ivan Wong, CEO of Ocean Park Hong Kong.
James, Jimmy, Relena, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm welcome to the opening ceremony of the event Explore the Innovation Ocean. We are thrilled to have all of you here today, with renowned speakers from all around the world and esteemed guests gracing us with their presence. I must say, Ocean Park couldn't be more delighted to be the venue sponsor for the annual Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival. Ocean Park provides a truly unique setting surrounded by the beauty of nature, providing the perfect environment for networking, collaboration, and inspiration. Innovation is a pillar upon which Ocean Park stands. We believe that progress is born from the relentless pursuit of new ideas, technologies, and experiences. That's why we continuously infuse innovative concepts into our offerings, from our world renowned Halloween Fest that showcase the creative talents of our team to the introductions of exciting new activities and creative fitness program at Waterworld. We are always striving to enrich the overall experience of our visitors. We also recognize the profound impact of innovation on conservation, education, and sustainability. Those are the core values deeply ingrained in Ocean Park's mission. For instance, our animal exhibits feature interactive display panels that convey conservation messages in engaging and enjoyable ways, educating our guests about the importance of protecting our planet. Our new addition in summer this year, Snorf and Friends Studio, had incorporated elements of AI and AR into our attractions. And believe it or not, all graphics at the exhibit were created by generative AI, which offers visitors a very unique perspective on endangered species. We firmly believe that through innovation, we can create transformative experiences that entertain, educate, and inspire a sense of environmental stewardship among our visitors. Ocean Park, as a not-for-profit organization, is transforming ourselves into Hong Kong's largest open-air classroom while raising public awareness to protect the environment and ecosystems through our innovative ways. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. Let us embrace this extraordinary event and unlock the boundless potential lies within. We hope we will immerse yourself fully in the discussions and opportunities throughout your stay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. So, as you know, we're in Ocean Park. This event would not be possible if Ivan hasn't supported Jumpstart in making this a really big innovation event for the whole community. So thank you so much, Ivan. We have our next speaker, Relina Tsai, CEO of Jumpstart. So give her a round of applause. She's my partner here. This is the one. I need to hear louder. Great.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow innovators, welcome to the grand opening of the Explore the Innovation Ocean, part of the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival, dedicated to delving into the countless opportunities of entrepreneurship, the dynamic world of startups, and cutting-edge technologies. I am the CEO of Jumpstart, and I am thrilled and honored to stand before you today, surrounded by the limitless potential that defines Hong Kong's dynamic startup environment. For those of you who don't know Jumpstart, we are an innovation as a service provider that is dedicated to fostering entrepreneurship and innovation. I believe that our company is at the forefront of empowering the startup community, providing them with the necessary resources to succeed in today's business landscape. We have successfully supported numerous startups on their journeys, from helping them with our media and our events platform, our accelerator programs, our education programs, both for young kids and for gifted and talented youth with Cyberport under the auspices of the Hong Kong government, as well as our latest initiative, STEM Unicorn, a platform designed to gamify entrepreneurial and STEM education for students. Jumpstart is proud to be part of Hong Kong's vibrant ecosystem, driving growth and championing innovation. Our city's unique blend of global connectivity, robust infrastructure, and entrepreneurial spirit has attracted all sorts of innovative minds from around the world, It is here that they can find the soil to grow and to flourish. Today's event is a very exciting one. Join us for our speaker track, where we have distinguished guests with deep experience that will be sharing their thoughts on topics ranging from meta-minding to marketing to investments. Make sure you don't miss the Web3 powered music festival at the end of the day, hosted by Navi, one of our portfolio companies of the Jumpstart and El Salvo Accelerator program. For those wanting to walk away with prizes, please join us for the treasure hunt with Airwallex. And as the day progresses, make sure to drop by and watch the Shark Tank pitching for startups and for students. Check out our job fair, our All-Star Women networking, and much, much more. Organizing today's event was an immense undertaking. I want to express my deepest gratitude for our team who has worked so hard to make today's event a reality. We are also very honored to work closely with Invest Hong Kong and their team. They have been very, very dedicated. Of course, this project would not have been possible without our other supporters. Of course, Ocean Park, MetaMinding, Cyberport, Airwallex, and the Hong Kong Federation of Fujian Associations, and of course, countless others. Thank you. Your commitment to fostering entrepreneurship and promoting Hong Kong is vital to bring this event to life. Finally, thank you all for joining us today, for making this remarkable journey where imagination and innovation converge. Let us embark on this journey together, explore the vast landscape of possibilities. With your support and collaboration, I am confident that we will unlock new realms of innovation, starting today from Ocean Park that will spread across Hong Kong, across Asia, and globally. Thank you.
Thank you. So elegant, so eloquent. So we also have Dr. Jimmy Chang, Associate Director General, Investment Promotion, Invest Hong Kong. Please.
Wow, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this opening event of Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival 2023, Explore the Innovation Ocean, organized by Jumpstart Media. We are thrilled to gather here today, back in person, to kickstart this incredible event at the heart of the iconic Ocean Park on this very sunny day. Curated by Invest Hong Kong, the annual Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival provides a unique and robust platform that brings together startups, investors, industry leaders, and tech enthusiasts to disrupt the status quo and push the boundaries of technology and innovation. This year's festival, themed A Future Unlimited, promises to be the most exciting and dynamic one as we delve into some of the hottest topics and host hundreds of world-class speakers over the week. There will be 3 captivating tracks taking place concurrently in today's event. Such an all-in-one combo experience also reflects what Hong Kong offers for startups. We truly understand that startups cannot grow in isolation. They require a supportive and comprehensive ecosystem to help them turn their visions into reality. Over the years, Invest Hong Kong has taken significant steps to create a conducive environment for startups and establish Hong Kong as a leading startup hub in Asia. This collaborative effort has been instrumental in nourishing a culture of innovation and propelling the growth of startups in Hong Kong. Moreover, the city's robust legal and financial systems, coupled with its dynamic business environment, also make it an attractive place for startups and investors alike. That is why Hong Kong we have been seeing remarkable success in the startup space as we have groomed more than 10 unicorns and become home to a rapidly growing number of startups from diverse industries. To strengthen Hong Kong's position as a startup hub, the government is committed to building a diversified economy and transforming the city into an innovation and technology center. This commitment was emphasized in the newly announced Chief Executive's 2023 policy address, which included establishing an industrialization development office to support the manufacturing sector and startups, and introducing a 10 billion Hong Kong dollar new industrialization acceleration scheme to foster the growth of advanced technologies. Our city is determined to build a vibrant startup community, leaving no stone unturned in our pursuit of excellence. Before I conclude, I want to encourage each and every one of you to seize the opportunities at the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival to connect, to collaborate, to inspire one another. Over the next 10 days until the 17th of November, we have a dozen more main events and community events held across the city, providing you the chance to truly connect with Hong Kong's startup community like never before. Let us embrace the power of technology and exchange ideas on how to shape a better future for the world. Thank you all once again for being part of the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival 2023. Now, let our exciting journey of networking, exploring, and collaborating begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jimmy Kim. So I'm going to just take a minute of the time today to tell you a little bit about the programs we have today so you don't miss it. So right after this event, we're going to have an event at Whiskers Theater that's going to start. So it's just really up this road. It's a minute walk. We're going to have amazing panels. We're going to do at 12 o'clock, startup pitching in the Shark Tank. And that's for the adult startup teams. And at 2 o'clock, we're going to do the youth pitching teams in the Shark Tank as well. We're going to have an amazing networking Web3 event led by All Stars Women. I think that's one that's not to be missed. We have Pinnacle, who's doing a career clinic as well. And since they knew that there was going to be some youth attending today, they actually invited Kobo Academy to assist them and really develop the community together. So we have a lot of great, exciting events today. 5 o'clock, I'm going to host a networking drinks. Drinks are on me. So if you show up at 5 o'clock, we're probably going to do it right here at this area. So I think it's a good time to network and wind down at the end of the day. So, but before we go into the festivities for the rest of the day, I wanted to go on to our ribbon cutting. So our ribbon cutting is going to be our inauguration of this event. So we're going to ask our honorable guests to come up on stage to join us in the ribbon cutting. So we're going to have Mr. Leung Ho, GBN, GBS, JP Standing Committee of CPP, CC National Committee on stage. We're going to have Mr. Iron C, BBS, JP Standing Committee of the CPP, CC National Committee. Mr. C. Ching Lau, BBS, JP, member of the CPP, CC National Committee. Mr. Se Duc Chong, member of the CPP, CC National Committee. Ms. Relina Tsai, CEO, Jumpstart Media. Dr. Jimmy Chung, Associate Director General of Investment Promotion, Invest Hong Kong. Mr. Ivan Wong, CEO, Ocean Park, Hong Kong. Mr. Peter Yan, JP, CEO, Hong Kong Cyberport Management Company Limited. Photographers, this is your opportunity. Great. So now we're going to begin with the ribbon. So let's go to the next part of the ceremony. So while we're giving out the scissors, some of you in the second row have some bubble machines. Please get them ready. So this is what we're going to do. We have bubble machines on the side. We have bubble machines in the audience. We wanted to do something to really inaugurate this. So we're going to go, and I think the lucky time has arrived. Honor guests, please cut the ribbons. So now we're gonna go into our lion dance. So lion dancers, we have a special treat. Let's make this festive, let's make this fun, and let's make this unique. Please go ahead. That was amazing. That was amazing. Great to see. We have a festive kickoff. Thank you, Hong Kong Tourism Board, for that. So I wanted to just thank everybody today for joining us on this festive opening. I just wanted to give special shout outs. Peter Yan, actually, he delayed his plane just to be here today. So that's a lot of love. We have Nick Chan. I said, can you come support? Well, of course, brother. These are the people who really support Lucas. We have Afonso. We have Akina. I'll start with Christina. We have Stacy in the audience. We have so many people who just really come in, and Daraj is here. So people are here to support. I love the community because I think the innovation community is a very special one in Hong Kong. We support each other, we help each other, and this is the way Hong Kong is going to progress and make this the innovation hub of Asia. Thank you so much for joining. But before that, we have the Whiskers Theater on the left. If you go straight up, and we have events the rest of the day. Thank you so much for joining, everybody. I really appreciate everybody's support.
I know that James lied when he said it was a 1-minute walk. I was sweating. I don't know about you. It was more than 1 minute for sure. All right, we're gonna start. There will be time for networking, I promise you, and for your getting to know each other. Thank you very much for coming today. It's great to see you all here. And we will be having a series of panels. They will be short, sweet, but packed with information. So I encourage you to take notes, pay attention, and go meet the speakers afterwards. I think there'll be ample time for that. As usual, on the housekeeping side, if you could just make sure that your phones are either off or on mute. So here we go. We're going to get started with the first panel. A little bit of preliminaries. My name is Christina Panton. I'm your MC for the whole day. So you'll be seeing me up here constantly, up and down, up and down. Thank you. I am a former financial journalist. I am most recently a PR communications for Web3. And I'm used to working with startups, so this is very exciting for me. I wanted to give a shout out to the people who outfitted me, kind of. The blouse is a Pucci from Style Carousel, and I have a bag from Alea. They are wonderful, even for someone like me who doesn't normally rent clothing luxury brands. They're very patient. I would urge you ladies, I don't think they have a men's line. I would urge the ladies to check them out. Style Carousel were the ones who provided the clothing for this. And I'm going to kind of cut to the quick too, because I know that panel one was super eager to get started, so I don't want to delay them anymore. I'm going to also acknowledge that we have Jumpstart Media as, of course, our host and organizers of this opening day, and Invest Hong Kong. I think those of you who were at the opening ceremony heard about their role in this and the many other sponsors who made this possible. So let's start. The first panel is one that's quite appropriate. It talks about going beyond the numbers. It's a comprehensive health check of Hong Kong's ecosystem. I'm going to welcome up Stacy Ho, who is the moderator, and her mighty panel here up on stage. Stacy Ho is the founder of LearnFi. Our panelists, I think it's great that you can see their titles and their names behind them. Eric Chan, Chief Public Commission Officer of Hong Kong Cyberport Management. Lucas Particus, Managing Director, Co-Head of Hong Kong X Innovation Lab. And Nick Chan. You've got lots of initials there, Nick, but I believe you're also a partner at Squire Patton Blobs, right? Did I get that right? Okay, good. I'm going to turn it over to Stacy. Thank you
very much, Christina. Can I have a round of applause for Christina? A round of applause for everyone here. Thank you for being here on a very special day at Ocean Park, and a very special welcome to our students from Man Kyu College. Christina, you did such good introductions, so we're just going to jump right ahead. And as we start, we would, can I ask for the cutie music in the back, maybe to stop the whisker pause. Anyways, what a wonderful place to be here today. Thank you very much. And so as we've had your introductions, we know who these very distinguished gentlemen are. And I would like to do this, give you guys all a chance to introduce yourselves. And here's the question I have for you. Could you, in your introduction, also share a key indicator of assessing the health and vitality of the innovation in the Hong Kong ecosystem? So how about we start with you, Eric?
Okay. Thanks, Stacy. I'm Eric Chen. Basically, I'm an engineer by training. And I've been working in the telecom industry for the past 20, 30 years before I joined Cyberport 5 years ago. So my job now is actually I'm helping startup full-time to help them on the growth journey through incubation, acceleration, and partnership, and all these connections, right? One of the things that we measure how well we do is we actually look at the money our startup companies manage to raise in their growth journey. Because money, we're talking about smart money, they only invest into good and quality projects. And that's a very good indicators.
Okay, thank you very much. Lucas?
Hi, good
Oh, is it on?
I think it's closer.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, great to be here. So my name is Lucas. I run the innovation team at the Hong Kong Exchange. We are a team of people that design technology to make the capital market here more vibrant, more connected to the rest of the world, and more inclusive to everybody. If you think about the stock market, it's quite famous. The Hong Kong stock market is one of kind of the symbols of Hong Kong globally. So the metric that I like to follow is, what do people come to trade in Hong Kong? Like, what are the stocks that people find interesting? And if you compare today with 15 years ago, back then only 2% of the trading happened in companies that are technology. Back then it was called IT companies. I don't think anyone uses that term anymore. Today it's 35%.
Wow.
Of all the trading is in tech companies, and Tencent, BYD, SMIC. So the way that Hong Kong is perceived outside of the city, the stock market is a bit of a macrocosm of that. I think 15 times increase in the representation of tech over 15 years is incredible.
Okay, wow, thank you. Thank you. And Nick?
Thank you, Stacey. Hi, everyone. My name is Nick Chen. I'm a lawyer, elected lawmaker. I'm a lawyer with computer science background. One of my hat using today is I chair the Innovation Technology Venture Fund, a $2 billion fund of the Hong Kong government, and advising on what to invest in. And in terms of what I think would be impactful, how I measure it would be how impactful our innovations are. How we help the local, wider community or international community, things we could change, plant a positive seed, and also the innovative mindset we have. I know that's harder to quantify, but by talking to your friends, your mates, your business partners, you can start to see we are pretty healthy in that sense that we all like to find ways to innovate using generative AI, for example, in our daily work, and how we put that into retail, tourism, in hospitality, and so on. So the sky's the limit. But we're doing okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so round of applause to our panelists today. We're so excited for. Thank you for your introductions. And so what we've done is that we have this wonderful topic name. It's called Beyond the Numbers, Checking the...
As successful, economically strong a country have progressed, or region has progressed, there's still finite amount of resources that can go into different areas, including in innovation and entrepreneurship. So with the geopolitics, I think, you hear terms like decoupling, de-risking. The reality is, if you speak with people in the front line, especially talk to the people in logistics industry, we as in this part of the world is not shipping as much to the US or Europe. Perhaps not because we're not making things as competitive, but there are geopolitical reasons behind why people want to make locally, sell locally, even though it might not be economical to do so initially. So I think what we should be looking at is, if you look at I'm suggesting we look at the big picture. The big picture is, don't forget our friends in Europe and US, but there are new markets to access. The Middle East, Asian countries, and the concept of dual circulation. If you have 1.4 billion people, of which 700 million are middle class, income, so it's middle income, people. So there is a lot of ecosystem you could play with, a big market that you should explore. So there is Hong Kong, there's where you live down the road, but of course you have Cyberport, and you have the Greater Bay Area, and you go further and further. So how do you use Hong Kong as a springboard? A lot of people are doing so, even from, I see friendly faces from perhaps born from other parts of the world, perhaps. And as you come, you see this is a very welcoming city, and I think we should all try to leverage on what this unique city has to offer under one country, two systems. And as a elected member of the Congress, what we do is setting policies. If people talk about the 14th five-year plan, how do you be part of it? How do you enjoy the outcome of it or contribute to it? I think one of the things we do is to learn daily, like we all do, and also to contribute where we can. So with the geopolitics, I think we should also be careful. If you look at the likes of TikTok or there's so many. If you think you could grow to the rest of the world, this is a global marketplace for what you do, but geopolitics will make it difficult. But sometimes it's, you have to see behind not just the numbers, but also see behind the news headlines, because sometimes they're really biased for a given reason. They're funded by certain governments and so on and so forth. And as your congressman, of course, I'm here to support us. As their congressman, of course, they should be there to support their local economy. Perfectly understand, nothing personal, but how can we do better together? So it's about getting together at places like this. Thank you, Stacey.
And there's some signaling effect when you when an entrepreneur taps in to some government funds you were mentioning before.
Yes, thank you. So in Hong Kong, we are very supportive of innovation. We have Wendy from Invest Hong Kong here. I said one of the hats I wear today is as chair of a $2 billion fund advisory committee. The way it works there is we collaborate with and we welcome more co-investment partners. What we've done is since 2017, we have invested in several dozen companies, and some are from Cyberport, and we have grew together, and we've been able to attract 2.1 billion in private venture capital funds because of our involvement. So we would like to do more, and we have done some relaxation in the sense that we do allow funds to go into offshore holding vehicles. They are, like all things, taxpayer money. Do you allow money to go to a foreign company? And answer is yes, we do, provided that holding company is, most of the operation are done in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So we welcome startups to also talk to us, but of course you should talk to our co-investment partners too. Having a government invest some money in you is smart money too, in the sense of these days with geopolitics, national security concerns, people want to maybe develop the fintech, AI, health, safety, and the cybersecurity, all those things. But at the end of the day, with big money, these days sometimes it's, in Hong Kong when I grew up, when I started off as a lawyer, people say, in the tech business would say, you have to know HA, the hospital authority, because they have a huge, maybe you eclipsed them by now, but they have a huge spending procurement budget. So it's important to identify this company, these potential money, potential customers that work with you. But in trying to, let's say you're trying to convince them to use a product. It's for cybersecurity, for example, or fintech. It's useful if you're able to say the government, vetted your company, your ability, and your security. And it doesn't matter, maybe the government don't own a lot of shares in your company. And can I also add, promoting a bit more about IDVF, if you could, just a little bit, if you co-invest with us, IDVF, the government, and at the end of the day, if it's successful, you as a co-investment partner, we welcome you to take over our ownership in the startup at maybe 2-3% interest per year. Not, it might have become a GoGo van, successful listed GoGo van, but we don't need that money. We want to power that back into the community to support the community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
How about you, Lucas, as head of innovation labs at HKEX? How do you see the geopolitical environment affecting the trends of innovation?
If you look at the stock market, it gives you a bit of a different perspective on that. So the center of gravity for companies that come here to raise money has always been mainland China, right, for the last 25 years or so. The first mainland Chinese company to ever list in Hong Kong was Qingdao Beer. And they actually served wine at the listing ceremony instead of beer, but different story. Ever since then, that's been the center of gravity. And that pipeline remains really strong. There's over 100 companies at the moment waiting to list their shares in Hong Kong. And people from all over the world are interested in investing in these companies. But also there is an international dynamic. You ask about geopolitics. There are quite a few non-Chinese companies listed in Hong Kong. like Razer that makes gaming hardware, Samsonite luggage, Prada fashion. These are companies that are listed in Hong Kong and nowhere else. And many people don't know that. So there's always been a bit of an international element to the market. But looking forward, where we really see the opportunity at the moment is Southeast Asia and the Middle East. I mean, you've got regions of the world where the demographics and the need for capital at that level of like late stage scale up companies is so vast that no one financial center is going to be able to meet that. And increasingly, the conversations that we are having is these companies see a benefit to coming to Hong Kong because they're already doing quite a lot of business with China. They want brand awareness in this market.
Yep.
One of the reasons you do an IPO is for that. So as we look into where we're investing, it's very much these parts of the world that are going to be the story for the next 10, 15 years for Hong Kong.
So that's Southeast Asia and also the Middle East. And I know, Eric, you have thoughts about this as well, too, right? Because at Cyberport, you encourage your entrepreneurs not to focus on a single market. So what are your thoughts about ASEAN and Middle East?
Well, as a kind of a startup ecosystem builder, our job is to actually make sure, we provide a comprehensive platform for a startup, to leverage for the growth journey. And actually, our tagline, as Nick was saying, the Cyberport tagline is springboard for your success. So we actually welcome all startups to actually use our platform, basically to validate their innovations, probably first in Hong Kong, right? Then they actually use also our support, our partnership around the regions to actually expand beyond Hong Kong. And I believe that Hong Kong has this uniqueness that most people in Hong Kong have a global outlook, right? And people always say this is the place where the East meet the West. And I think it's a perfect place for any aspiring tech companies, even in mainland China, to bring the solutions to Hong Kong and recreate an international version of it so that they can actually test it in Hong Kong and then go beyond Hong Kong to the rest of the world, right? And in the past, before COVID, I used to actually bring a lot of startups to the international stage of startups, and we are very well connected. I remember bringing an insurtech companies to Amsterdam, so that he can actually stand on the stage and talk to all the biggest insurance companies in the world to help them on the digital transformation journey, right? And since then, he is now everywhere. He is now in Europe, US, Middle East, and even Africa, right? That's the kind of growth journey we want to see more coming from Hong Kong. So any startup who has the aspirations to become a unicorn, they have to operate in not just a single market, but multiple markets. But it's not an easy job. And we are here to help them to work with different partners for their landing in different markets, market access, investment access, and all the partner and collaborations they could get.
And how about the Greater Bay Area?
Well, definitely. I mean, we have been saying a lot about Greater Bay Area. I think the importance for Hong Kong is to really make us as part of that big engine. The 9 cities plus Hong Kong, 9 cities in Guangdong, plus Hong Kong and Macau forms 11 cities in Greater Bay Area. And I always make this analogy, is that 11, right? 11 cities is like a football team.
That's true.
So we have to play like a football team so that we can compete in the World Cup, not just compete amongst us, but actually compete with the world. We have the San Francisco Bay Area, we have the Tokyo Bay Area.
Nice.
And we are just another major engine that we could actually help our startups go global.
Nice, nice. And Nick, you wanted to add
Yeah,
something?
I want to add something. The Greater Bay Area, right? 9 plus 2.
Yes.
It is a close-knit audience, so I'll say it here. Why is it called 9 plus 2? Why isn't it just, if you look at the 9 cities, they are all in Guangdong province. Why not 1 plus 1? Right? The reason, I think, is to accentuate and focus on Hong Kong being able to be at par and parity. We can't be economically at parity with the whole of Guangdong province. So huge. By presenting it this way, my personal view is it accentuates the unique opportunities Hong Kong have to offer. Because otherwise, it wouldn't be called 9 plus 2. It would be 1 plus 1 or 10 plus 1. Or 10 plus 2, right? We have to add Macau, of course. But why it's done this way, it's basically at the national level, doing something recognizing Hong Kong is special. Hong Kong will always be our international city with its uniqueness, our uniqueness, and so on. I also want to add, I recently went on some international trips on duty visit, so-called, and as one of my other roles not mentioned yet is appointment by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'm still learning in that sphere, and I talked to some ambassadors and senior people, diplomats, and I was saying, is there something we could do as civilians about how to, bring Amical to be listed in Hong Kong?
Yeah.
I should ask you that. So the feeling I get is, don't worry, Nick, it's coming. But I say, how can you be so sure? What makes you say that? Because you haven't announced anything, Lucas. But why are we? I'm not giving investment tips here. But why is it the case? The current Sheikh, the King of Saudi Arabia, is the only one, I'm told, that have, unlike his predecessor, he's the only one who intentionally didn't do his schooling in the U.S.
Yes.
He has a feeling about that, and he's acting upon it. And whilst in the media we could see is a pendulum swinging, it should be a past tense in the sense of the Sheikh, the king, is all the way committed to swing the pendulum to work with his friends, the East.
Yes.
So lots of money. When certain countries talk about decoupling, de-risking, the reaction you're going to get by hitting people hard is Middle East are moving the money out of the U.S. So where do they go out of the U.S.? They need to bring them to be listed. Yay. And they need to go invest in technology, go to Cyberport, go to Greater Bay Area. And so there are ample opportunities. And in China's, you've heard about the common prosperity concept. It's actually not new. It's been there since the 1960s. So with this concept, acting on this concept, a lot of big companies, successful bad companies in mainland China have set aside millions of money. And they've, as a lawyer, I see they have set up their family office or investment office with millions waiting to invest in the Hong Kong ecosystem.
Wow.
So we'll get a good injection
Yes.
of funds.
So we're at a good place. We're at a right time,
Yes.
right place,
Yes.
right city.
Yes.
Amen. Okay.
Right theater, yes.
Yes, right theater. And now I'd just like to shift the discussion to kind of evaluating how Hong Kong's doing in terms of capacity building for enterprises. And I know, Lucas, you have an interesting observation about this, that because you work with capital markets more on the larger firms, and you have an observation about it.
Yeah, it's something we were discussing before this panel. I think I'd like to share with the audience. If you take a step back and look at how Hong Kong is doing at each stage of funding, I think at the late stage, companies that are large enough to IPO, like GoGoVan and some of the other Cyberport alumni, increasingly big enough to go and raise money in the public market. On that part, we have biotech, deep tech. I mean, that is a very good story, right?
Yes.
I don't think there's too many problems here. There's a lot of capital in this part of the world. On the very early stage, I think it's impressive in the Innovation Fund, the Science Park, the Cyberport. There is, compared to even 5 years ago, thanks to guys like Eric, there is a lot more money. You used to go to Cyberport 10 years ago, it felt a little bit empty. You don't mind me saying, right? Right now you go, it's actually vibrant. And you look at the names of the doors, there are companies from all kinds of industries that you didn't even associate with Hong Kong, like agri-tech and things like that. Fish farming with technology, right? That is fantastic to see. At that early stage, like seed Series A, there is like an awesome community here at the moment. Where I think we are lacking at the moment, to be self-critical as a city, is in the middle, right? If you look at people who are Series B, Series C, I looked at the numbers recently. Like, if you look how many startups are headquartered in Hong Kong whose last known round was Series B, C, or D? And the answer is about 21
21.
companies, right? Singapore, 63, like Australia, 50, Japan, 105. We're not quite meeting the demand for capital at that part of the scale-up journey. And I think going forward, I mean, there have been some plans announced in the policy address that are going to really start filling that gap. You know, and the government co-investing with later stage VC funds, more private equity. I think that's going to be a very interesting focus. Whether someone can have their whole journey from startup to IPO, all the funds raised in Hong Kong.
Yes, thank you. Eric, would you like to comment on that?
Well, I have the exact same view as Luke, and I think the funding, the government has actually done quite a good job in helping many young people to turn the dreams into reality through a lot of incubation program and support, right? And then the 18A, 18C, and all these great stuff, the policies that have been driving all these pre-IPO, but in the middle, we are lacking it. But on the other hand, I want to also bring up a new point. It's about you know, from startup perspective, they also need market access.
Market
right?
access.
And,
Okay.
and for Hong Kong, well, I think it is a good place that we do a lot of proof of concept and trials. And we've been doing a lot of that in driving fintech innovations. We've been supporting the government to actually support over 150 projects, POCs, to encourage partnership between traditional financial institutions to work with fintech companies to test out some innovations. And the good news is, you know, that actually 70% of those POC turns out to be very successful, and then they said that they would actually adopt and implement those solutions within 6 to 12 months. And that's a big help to all these startups. But then I think our startup actually need a bigger market than just Hong Kong. So I think it is important that we actually work with our regional partner, including you know, neighboring countries, apart from the GBA, obviously, that we have also talked about, right? So now we are actually forming a lot of partnership, including, well, we have a lot of delegation from Middle East, you know, to visit support, and they are very interested to work with our startup, especially
Yes.
those in the smart living, smart city
Yes.
areas. Many of them are building their own smart cities, and I hope that many of our startups would actually have an opportunity to work in those mega projects in the future.
Okay, thank you, Eric. So we did get the signal that our panel's coming to a close, but I'd like to squeeze in one final lightning round because we have a lot of entrepreneurs here. And my lightning round question to you, if you could answer in one sentence, is can you help us identify a possible blind spot that entrepreneurs might have when they're seeking to innovate and securing funding? We'll start from my side, Eric. A possible blind spot.
Blind spot, right? Okay. Do you guys know that Hong Kong actually has the largest kind of life expectancy? Most people live to 85 or even more, right, in Hong Kong. But then Hong Kong is also the highest productivity city in the world.
Yes.
But how do we do that, right? So I think we actually have a branding that we can leverage in terms of health tech, and
Nice.
especially in the area of Genron tech. And we have a lot of staff now starting to work on that. I think we could start building this brand, you know, to help people to live better in terms of well-being, to live longer in a quality of life.
Yes, wow. I didn't even think about that. That's a good blind spot. Lucas?
I want to make a point about recruitment.
Okay.
I mean, people often complain that they come to Hong Kong and it's hard and expensive to find talent, or there's not enough people, qualified engineers, et cetera, et cetera. I think one place people forget to look is experienced hires. There's a lot of people with deep, deep knowledge that are kind of, you know, have spent 15 or 20 years of their career, maybe in a traditional bank, and never really had the risk appetite to move. If you can convince people like that to join your startup, and I think many of them would like to,
Yeah.
if you can tease them away from the comfort of a career in one of the traditional industries, you're going to find a lot of really, really talented people here to
I
recruit.
like that. Experience hire. Nick?
I would say individually, we shouldn't just measure on how much stock price valuation we gain. In terms of blind spot, I would say if we just focus on that as the end game, that isn't where, as a nation, we should be heading. I don't mind it, but that's, many of us successful, but we should be really looking at the impact we're going to make.
Impact.
And so there's a concept in China, if you do business, they say 食政策. Transliterated, I would say, not eat the policy, that's a literal translation, but it's like appreciating the policy drivers. And so Hong Kong is about research to industry, right? How do you make something that's useful for the industry? Curiosity-based research are useful, but at the same time, if you look at more a KPI, at the end of the day, what does the world need? If you look at COP28 or if you look at Sustainable Development Goals, if we do more of that, help the world be a better place, more peaceful place, that's something we should do too. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Can I have a round of applause for all of our panelists and also for the audience? I hope you were able to extract some value. And I also know that these are wonderful gentlemen that throughout the day, if you ever see them, they're so approachable. Please approach them, please talk to them, please network. Tell them about your company, tell them about your ideas. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to pass the mic back to Christina. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, panel. That was a good intro, all about the ecosystem. I think a very complete one as well, since we talked about from the government side, from the capital market side, and from the incubator side. So I thought that was a good all-round picture of it. We're moving on now to something that's also very essential, but maybe not always thought about. You can have the best product in the world, the best startup in the world, but if the word doesn't get out, it doesn't work very well, does it? So we all know about advertising, and marketing is also a very key part of that. And what has changed over the years is the influencer space, and we have a very well-equipped panel to take us through that journey next. I'm going to ask the moderator and her panelists to come up, please. Tracy Ho is involved in personal branding, image consultancy. She runs Frame and Fame Personal Branding. I've met Tracy. She's very dynamic, and I think she's going to lead a very interesting discussion. We've got Shoda Wan, who's a career coach, CEO and founder of WorkHap. Elaine Xu, CEO of AI Pet Care Limited, and also involved in Metaverse Charity Foundation. That sounds very interesting. Ojir Pat, who's the CEO and co-founder of Shout. I'm going to turn over to panel 2, moderator. Tracy, take it away.
Thank you, Christina. All right, very happy to be here this morning, and I'm very glad that we have 3 very awesome panelists. You will know why, and then welcome you to join this session. My name is Tracy, and what I do, it's very long title, but in short, I help people to get famous, and not exactly, but I help people to get seen and be heard and to build following. Anybody wants to or has an inspiration to be an influencer or raise your following on your social media? Can you raise your hand? Good. I see Warren rose your hand. Good. How about let's define and let's see if the 3 people in front of me are an influencer or not. So I pass it to you first. Can you introduce a little bit yourself and why you're on the stage with us today?
Yeah, thanks so much, Tracy. Hey everybody, my name is Shoda Wan. Let's get just show of hands, guys. Who has an Instagram account? Who has an Instagram account? Maybe like 50% of us. Who would love to make it their full-time job to be a content creator? Show of hands. 2 people? Okay, all right. Maybe this talk won't be for everybody then. But that's what I do. I'm a full-time content creator. I create content on career advice, job search, anything work-related. And we started WorkHap in 2019. We started off on LinkedIn, and then we started creating IG Reels and TikToks in 2021. And that's how we make 70% of our revenue is through social media.
And Elaine?
Yeah, so I literally I'm an influencer on Instagram, but mostly is talking about entrepreneurship and startup because I actually started my first business like 12 years ago when I was studying university, and I like sharing my entrepreneur story, startup story, and some like inspiration to the youth. This is what I usually do on my Instagram.
Thank you. And this gentleman fly all the way from Thailand. Sawadika. So, Ot, can you share with us? He makes influencer. In case you want to be, you will need to talk to him.
Yeah. Hi, Sawadika. I'm Ot. I'm not actually the influencer like these guys, but I'm running the KOL platform company. Yeah, but first I began my journey as a business development in the digital marketing world, and then I transit my job to be the product owner of the influencer platform as a corporate startup. And then it was a big leap that I exit. It's not actually exit. I quit my full-time job and then become the founder of our influencer commerce platform. Yeah.
Thank you for introducing all of you. Let's go back to the word influencers. What makes an influencer? As a personal branding consultant, people come to me and say, "Hey, I don't want to be a KOL. Do I need a brand?" Then I will always challenge them. It's a little bit different, all right? KOL or influencers leverage on their personal brand for their business or career goals. And like this gentleman with me, I remember when Sean just left Lalamove. Years ago, right? We were like have a friend chat and then talking about how to create that following. So, Sho, can you share with everybody your experience, how you get that?
Yeah, thanks so much. It's funny that me and Tracy are in this panel now. So 2019, I quit my full-time job. I was working at Lalamove, and at the time, Tracy had a personal branding agency in which she expanded to today. And I went up to her and I said, "Hey, I want to do this full-time. I want to help people with their job search and their careers, but I don't want to put my face on camera." I was like, "Is there any way that I can create blogs or create posts but not put my face on there, like for people not to know it's Sho Do-won?" And then Tracy said, "You can, but eventually people are going to know." And that's a good problem to have. So I think for everybody, the hardest part is just getting started and putting yourself out there and going for it. But the advice I can give to you is, we've been doing this for 4 years now. Everyone thinks it's going to be like a rocket ship up. It's going to take some time. I think in the last 4 years, we've probably created 2-3 videos every single day. And only after a year did we skyrocket to our followers. So you just got to stay consistent with it. That's kind of what worked for me. But it's thanks to Tracy who gave me that push in the first place.
Thanks, Joe. And I heard that you have 70% of the revenue made from content. Imagine you make, your living, all right, not exactly money, but you make a living out of the content you do. So can I say that influencers will always make money? And I think that that question should all the way go to our influencers maker show. Ot, what do you think?
Yeah, for me, influencer is someone have the ability to inspire or to lead feeling or thinking of people around them. We call the people around them followers and audience, maybe, right? So more than that, I think from my experience, a good influencer should consist of 4 core functions. The first is the creativity. Second is the self-content production. And also the third one is the media power. The influencer can reach to 100,000 or even million people by only one post. And at the end, the most important one for the influencer, trust. Because people around them place their trust in them, right? Follow their lead, or even making the purchasing decision based on the influencer recommendation. So this is an influencer definition for me, yeah.
So that means we can really monetize being an influencer. I want to share a little bit experience. We have some students on the stadium. I'm not sure. Let me ask you a particularly the students, if you're students, we can answer my question. Do you want to be a YouTuber or, full-time Douyin or TikTok influencers to make money so you can just sit back, relax at home, do some creative videos and make money? Anybody have that career aspiration? Ah, yes, good. We have some gentlemen. Why I'm saying this because I recently had a career coaching in university, and someone really wrote on the career board saying, I want to be a YouTuber. And he said he got smashed by his parents. Come on, I gave so much money to you, the uni, and now you don't want to be a YouTuber? Can you be more, ambitious? And then we challenged that, all right, as a coach. So particularly for Elaine, you mentioned you start being an entrepreneur when you're in university. Does that come to you, leverage on social media for your entrepreneurial path? Can you share a story with us?
Yeah, so firstly, I didn't aim to be an influencer when I was starting my first business. But in this 12 years journey of being an entrepreneur, I feel like that getting our personal branding and your influencer page, like our Instagram page, that can actually bring a lot of good value to your personal. Especially when I starting these 12 years, I have a businesses in fashion jewelry, in tourism, travel agency, and now I'm having a pet technology company and also this youth innovation charity. I use all my, let's say the Instagram, my influencer account to promote all the branding, all the new businesses. And this is like bringing a lot of good exposure, especially when I'm starting a new project. If a normal startup need to promote a new project, that's actually is quite hard, and we need to put a lot of high marketing budget to promote the project itself. But if I having our branding myself, if you guys bringing your own branding for yourself, then you maybe get some surprise things. Sometimes you can bring a good value and can be an influencer for your own brand. This is something that we could be surprising actually.
Okay. You may wonder, okay, all these people say it and so easy, like a piece of cake. Is it that easily to be an influencer? In fact, it's not, all right? It's not easy to be a top voice on LinkedIn. But thankfully, I have one beside me. What made you, or what did you do to, convince or, get the win-win, or I would say commercial relationship with LinkedIn, some platform or others? How did you negotiate, or how did you get there? Can you share a little bit of success or tips?
Yeah, I'm happy to share about the money side of content creation. I think Elaine brings up a good point that content creation doesn't just have to be about your own personal life. You don't have to be a day in the life KOL or a celebrity. But even if you have a startup, the first thing that people are going to do is look you up on IG or look you up on LinkedIn. And if you have a following and they see the branding and all that, it's going to increase your value. So this is for other people who want to be entrepreneurs. I think just having a presence is going to be a big win. But when it comes to the monetary side, brand deals can be very, very lucrative. Our usual rate that if a brand wants to work with us is around 15 to 20K US dollars for one post. And then we could gather these up per month, per year, depending on the consistency of these posts. But that is probably, I'd say 90% of full-time content creators, they're making money on brand deals. And I think one gap here is brand deals are so inconsistent. LinkedIn may come in and say, hey, I want to work with you this month, but next month they might not have the budget. So a gap I think that a lot of content creators face is how can they keep their revenue consistent throughout the year? And that's something that we're always trying to figure out. Would also love to hear from Elaine and Oat. Has that been something that you guys have seen? Content creators not being able to make money consistently throughout the year?
For me, actually, most of the content creators have the multiple revenue model to get the money, right? Such as advertise from the social media, from sponsor, from brand or other. So for me, actually, how to build win-win situation with brands or even brand build with the influencer is to find the influencer who love your brand or find the brand you love, because our data show that when influencer love the brand, they tend to decrease or reduce their compensation to collaborate with the brand they love. And when they do the collaborate with the brand they love, the content from the influencer will be the authentic and will be the more convincing when compared with just another influencer ad. Yeah. So it will be about double result when compared with just a normal brand hiring. Yes. So as a brand or marketer side also, they can reduce their marketing budget and get the best result from the influencer that love your brand. Yeah.
So sounds to me from someone like Shout as an agency, right? You bring together the brands and the people, the influencers together. And then do you also use any sort of data, or what tools would you use to match them? Is that like that?
Yeah, actually, imagine if you are a brand or the marketers, right, to want to run the influencer campaign. Actually, the main challenge to run the influencer campaign is to find the right influencer, where to find them, right? Because if you get the wrong influencer, it will lead you to the wrong result, such as a mid target or even a low performance. And let's say if you want to run the influencer commerce campaign, more influencer, more result, right? And imagine you have to deal with hundreds of influencers, thousands of influencers. All the process become chaotic. So it will be overwhelming, costly, and even generate a lot of human error. So it might be, if you cannot do it by yourself, you have to hire the agency to run this, and some agency might mark up your price. So Shout is here to solve all the problems. Shout is not an agency. Shout is an influencer platform who help brand and agency run all the influencer campaign effortlessly and driven by insight data, audience targeting, also media performance or even conversion data to get the right influencer with the right cost. Also, we have the campaign management automation to use our technology to replace all the process that is chaos, to help brand and agency run the influencer campaign effortlessly. And unlike the traditional agencies, we don't mark up the influencer price. We only charge the platform fee for running entire influencer campaign through our platform. Yeah.
So that's good. There's a platform nowadays to match. All right. From my understanding, one of the booming or highest usage of influencers in the industry is cosmetic beauty. And then when it comes to beauty and cosmetic, over 80% of the influencers are ladies. Then we have one lady on the stage besides me, and I wonder, have any brands come to you so far that you are really passionate about, or like what Ott said, suddenly it's wrongly matched? Have you ever rejected people?
Yeah, so I think as an influencer on Instagram, I literally receive 5-6 brands every month of beauty product cosmetics. So they basically having our own address or office address. They just send the product, sponsored products to us to want us to post on Instagram, on the story, on even better on the post. But I think now I'm sorry to say, but I'm very picky because I don't really want to be too commercialized for my social media. So I really want to only share what I really like and like the brands I like. So that's why I'm really picky, and I'm not really like posting everything that the brand sponsor me. So I really choosing the product I like to share to my audience instead. Yeah.
Just to add to that, I think that's very smart what Elaine's doing. Everyone here has a personal brand, right? That personal brand is your reputation. If you always show your face with stuff or products for paid deals and you don't like it, people can see through that. So I think that's very smart that she's like picking and choosing which one.
And also like if I'm posting all the products saying, okay, I like this brand, I like this brand, and I like that one. And if the product gets some problems and they will just bring you, oh, why are you making my skin is not like really smooth? And you said that is really good. And so now I prefer that I really try the product. I test it for 2 weeks. and then I share the results, and I post it and share with my audience and followers. This is how I do with my fans on Instagram. Yeah.
That's a good thing to do. Then when there are products, it's easier for influencers to endorse it, right? It's tangible. Then when I want to throw you particularly old and show a question. How about services? All right, and as a service provider myself, as a coach and consultant, I find it very hard to be an influencer or to find influencers to endorse our brand. What do you think, Sho? Can you share your personal experience?
I mean,
first?
that's tough, right? You like speaking what these guys said. You have to find the influencer who genuinely loves the product. I would say if you're a service provider like you, like me, you have to be the face of your own brand. So I do career coaching, I do job search stuff, I do recruitment. So if people see my content, then they're gonna send me a DM on Instagram or DM me on LinkedIn, and then they already know who they're gonna get. It's gonna be me. So if there's any service providers out there, I would recommend you to be the face to start. Maybe you get to a certain following, 100K, 500K, you choose that metric, and then pass that off to another person who can help you. That's what we have done for WorkApp.
Good. And from, for example, Shout, do you suggest someone like me and Shout to be on your platform?
Yeah, why not? Everyone can be an influencer, right? And every influencer can register to our platform easily and just wait for work. Yeah. No any cost. It's all free. Yeah.
How about me? I'm okay?
Yeah, why not?
Thank you.
Then if everyone on the platform, then my question back to you, Old, is how can you make sure the influencers really make good influence? Because when we speak to reputation, not only on the reputation for the influencers, also for the platform. Imagine if you're a marketplace for random people, that hurts your reputation. So how can you be the gatekeeper for that?
Actually, as a platform, our function is to match the right influencer to the right brand, right? So we utilize our data, such as the audience targeting, to match with the brand target customer, to make sure that your followers are the brand target customer. And then we will match about the pricing, the condition, and also others to match each other. For me, if brand find the right influencer or if influencer find the right brand, another thing will be fine. But the challenge for nowadays, especially in Thailand, most of the marketers want to brief influencer how to do. You should do this, you should do that. You cannot do this, you cannot do that, right? So our data show that if you let influencer do their job, if you let influencer create their own content by their side, it will be the authentic content, and the authentic content will gain double result when compared with do this, do that, do this, do that from the brand. So yeah, this for me, yeah.
Okay, so then that's just a dynamic relationship, what I would say. And sometimes when after we take years, okay, to build our brand, my question is, would you get boxed in? For example, okay, if you're David Beckham, you can endorse so many products. But if you are being seen as a career coach, what if you suddenly endorse a Mercedes-Benz, for example? Do you think you get boxed in that you are the career coaching guy? How can an influencer diversify himself or herself?
I mean, I'll pass this over to Elaine, because I think what Elaine does really well is she markets the brand itself, her. So she can be a lot of different things. Elaine, I'd love for you to take that.
Yeah, I think I just be myself. I don't really choosing okay, so if I'm a luxury person, I just choose luxury brand. But I just choose what I like and what is fit in my character and what is my personal liking as well. But I want to jump in a bit the topic before is about the engagement rate and also some the followers, the problem issue with the market agency. So like I mentioned before, I wasn't aimed to be an influencer, but I was suddenly become it after so many years. But just some agency came to my profile and say, oh, hey, we want our post with you and some advertisement on your page. But it suddenly just popped up a comparison with our huge followers but really low engagement rate with another influencer. So I just saying that, okay, if you came to me, then you don't give me that data to like trying to decreasing the price of the advertisement and another job. And we just saying that a lot of marketing agency nowadays, they still looking at the followers numbers, the likes numbers. Instead of we should look at the engagement rate and the interaction rate and also the account reach numbers, right? Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Followers is not everything, right? The engaging and the community from the influencer, the people around the influencer is much more valuable. Yeah, but at the end of the day, how can brand find the right influencer if it's not about followers? So it will be the insight data. This influencer have how much, how many active follower percentage, or the engagement ratio, or the audience insight. If this influencer is right for them, or even when compared with the influencer price tag, the rate card, if it's worth it when compared with the media performance. So all this data would help brand to find their right influencer. But as Elaine told you guys, followers is not everything. Don't judge the influencer by the followers. Yeah.
Then my last question for this panel could be, in case you want to be influencers, open your ears now. Can each of you say one line or one point to the audience? How can you be a powerful influencer? What's the key to success? And you can even say, how would you sign an influencer? Show?
Mine's simple. Quantity over quality when you get started. Probably for the first year, just post anything and everything.
Okay, and me, one sentence is not enough, but I just trying to be yourself and don't always think about the money side, and just try to bring all the impact to your fans and followers.
For me, of course, we are the influencer platform, right? We would like to sign or support influencers who have valuable insight, great media performance data, also have the high and maintain integrity to deliver consistent, deliver the good quality of work to their client. Yep.
Thank you. And as personal branding perspective, I would conclude that in case you want to make an inference, no matter you're a service provider, you're selling service, or you're running platforms, make sure you think about where you want to be, so then you can be, as you said, authentic. Quantity-wise, make sure you'll be very, very hardworking to get that sea of information, but with an intention and stay focused. Show your passion, and then make use of tools like platforms to make it work. I hope this panel can give you some ideas on how to make an inference as an influencer. In case you have any other questions, please feel free to follow us. We have you. I'm so sure you will find us on the internet, guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Show, Elaine, and Oat. So we move from ecosystem, looking at the broad ecosystem, to marketing. And now it's show me the money, right? That's where it comes. Deal making, M&As. How do they raise money? Investments, exits. So that's the topic of our next panel. And I invite the panelists to come up. Thank you. Matt is going to lead us off with that as the moderator. And there also are pitching contests, right? You've heard about the Shark Tank. So there's an adult version and there's one for students. So that is what we're also doing today as one of the other tracks. So no surprise, Hong Kong being one of the major financial centers of the world, that a lot of deal making happens here. And it's an important hub for startups, but also for more established businesses. And let me introduce who's going to take us through this very interesting discussion. We've got Matt Haldane. Matt, it's nice to see you again. Production editor of technology for the flagship newspaper of Hong Kong, South China Morning Post. Julia Charlton, managing partner of Charlton's. And James Zhang, chief investment officer of Great Eagle Holdings. I'll let you guys take it away. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I know time here is short, so I kind of want to jump into this. Just a brief introduction. My name's Matt. I'm a production editor with the technology desk at South China Morning Post. Technology, of course, being the major driver, or at least a major driver of investment here in Asia. So I'm very excited to dive into what our excellent experts here today have been seeing in terms of investment activity in the region. Let's start off with a lot of the panelists to introduce themselves here. And I'm wondering if you guys can start, along with your introduction, let us know what's one major trend that you've seen, say, over the last 5 years that's emerging that you think deal makers should be aware of when working here in Asia.
Thanks, Matt. I'm Julia Charlton. I'm a lawyer in Hong Kong. I do a lot of cross-border work. Well, clearly, over the last 5 years, it's been a roller coaster in the M&A sector, no less than any other. So we've had COVID, we've had a huge amount of geopolitical issues, particularly since 2022, which have really changed the way a lot of M&A has been looked at. And it's almost like there's two worlds emerging between the Western-aligned countries, neutral countries, perhaps more than two, and parts of Asia. So that's all complicated various deals. Of course, we had a boom to some extent in 2021, but it certainly hasn't continued into 2022 and this year, where there's quite big drops in Asia. However, we do hear that Southeast Asia is a bright spot, and that tech, including fintech and biotech, are very popular areas for investment. They remain so. We don't have so many inflationary pressures in Asia as in the West, so that's not so much of a factor. And I think that there is increasing growth of internet penetration. It's continued over the last 5 years, which means that anything to do with tech is likely to do well. ESG has become more of a focus in investing. Decarbonization, companies in Asia which can benefit from increasing efficiencies probably have a long way to grow as well, and they're quite attractive. So, James.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. My name is James Zhang, and some people call me Jay-Z as well. So in addition to being an investor, I'm also a biologist and an entrepreneur. I've started a couple of biotech companies in Silicon Valley. In terms of personal experience, I was born and raised in China, but spent most of my adult life in the US before moving to Hong Kong a few years ago. Great Eagle is one of the oldest real estate companies, actually real estate and hospitality companies based in Hong Kong. This year, we celebrate our 60th anniversary. We have a couple of public companies listed in Hong Kong, and the hotel brand under Great Eagle is Langham Hotel Group. My group invest mostly in high-tech and biotech projects, very unlike what the parent company does. Again, it's really a pleasure to meet everybody here, and look forward to fruitful exchanges.
Thank you. James, maybe we can start with you on regarding your background. You have experience, obviously a wealth of experience here, but also you spent some time you were an entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, as you mentioned. I'm wondering, what do you make of can you give us some insights about the opportunities? What kind of opportunities are here in the investment landscape in Asia, and how does it differ from what you see or what you make of the current landscape in the Americas right now?
Right. So if you asked me that question 5-10 years ago, the answer would have been very different, right? Today, the big elephant in the room is the geopolitical tensions, right? obviously the U.S. government, the Biden administration, just issued the executive order prohibiting U.S. investment in semiconductor, AI, etc. So that's an area where clearly, as an investor, you have to kind of pick side, right? I mean, there are AI companies based in China, there are AI companies based in the U.S. You either invest in one or the other or both. This is very different from, let's say, 10 years ago, right? For example, if there's OpenAI now in the U.S., as if, for example, you would never consider investing in, let's say, a competitor to Microsoft Windows or Microsoft Office, But right now, these opportunities exist now because there is such a divide now, right? So there's we're looking at a number of AI projects that are based in China and for China. And obviously, we also look at U.S. projects as well. Another example, I would say, is semiconductors, right? So, for example, you would, 5-10 years ago, you would never invest in a CPU company or a GPU company, right? But we are looking at those companies now because there is a divide now, right? There are opportunities now in Asia that present themselves. So as a venture capitalist, I like to say that we don't like to pick sides. It's never our favorite thing to do is to pick East versus West. As I said, we're not pro-East or pro-West, we're pro-capital. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, the AI space is heating up quite a bit right now, chips as well. I wonder, this has kind of spawned a lot of regulation, especially in AI. As you mentioned, the Biden administration recently put out a paper looking to explore that area. There's a lot of new regulations here in Asia regarding, especially that touch on a lot of tech areas, but it's more broader. It's broader than that. The e-commerce, data localization laws. There's a lot to navigate. So Julia, as you're, given your background navigating all these legal challenges, what role do you see the regulations currently playing in the growth and success of investment deals here in Asia?
Well, certainly being aware of them. Obviously, we don't control the regulations. James is an investor, I don't as a lawyer. So we're looking at navigating this on behalf of investors and, in fact, the companies themselves. So obviously, there's all the normal stuff we had to do before about legal title and compliance with law and so on from a legal perspective and a regulatory perspective when looking at investment. And when I say an investment, obviously that could include an M&A exit, or it could include listing on a stock exchange. That's also a form of getting public capital, and that's a form of exit. But I think there's increasing areas which we have to pay huge attention to. Some are more positive, like the ESG compliance of companies. There's their ability to decarbonize, whether there's potential efficiencies to be gained from decarbonization, and that would look at the regulatory frameworks in which they operate. But there's also the perhaps more challenging ones, which James alluded to in a more general way. That's the fact we have to pay huge attention to sanctions. That's not just direct sanctions, it's secondary sanctions potentially from fallout from the US. For example, a company in China which might be planning to export to Russia, that might be restricted for US investment. That's just an example. There's also anti-foreign sanctions law in China, and those types of laws are likely to intensify, as are export controls in both directions. So those are all major issues. And even if it's not either the US or China involved, there may be sanctions issues. So that's become a huge issue to look at. There's also data privacy, as you've alluded to, Matt. That's huge, and in particular, the position with data privacy laws, which are expanding in China, are quite difficult to get to the bottom of for foreign investors at the moment, although I have heard that there is some rowback on that. I think there's increasingly global taxation applied even in Asian economies, so that's an area which needs to be looked at carefully by investors. I think that regulation can also have a positive aspect to it. For example, enabling regulation in terms of making it clear how crypto structures can be put together. Singapore has a relatively clear law in this regard. Dubai's had a go at it. Hong Kong has a very limited attempt at crypto law if you're interested in that kind of DeFi and alternative finance sector. And I also think that we could have a lot more positive regulation in capital markets. We heard from an earlier session from the head of the Innovation Lab at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange that 35% of tech companies 35% of trading on the Hong Kong Exchange relates to tech companies, but actually very little of that is startups, because the GEM market, which was originally an innovative board, which in fact your chairman was involved in setting up more than 20 years ago, Dr. K.S. Lowe, that has been turned into an SME board. But even for SMEs, it doesn't work. There's been no listings in the past 3 years. And a recent paper which came out from the exchange to revitalize that board, I think in the view of the market, just really doesn't go far enough. It's not likely to do anything. So I think there's an awful lot of positive regulation in Hong Kong and probably in some other Asian jurisdictions, which could facilitate access to public capital markets and also to encourage M&A through public capital markets. Let me give you an example of that type of situation. This year there was a SPAC deal, a D-SPAC, which was actually Hong Kong investors were involved in this, so it should really perhaps have been on the Hong Kong Exchange if we'd had the regulatory framework which had attracted the capital to do this in Hong Kong. But there's a very successful EV, electric vehicle battery manufacturer in Vietnam, and VinFast, and that did a large D-SPAC transaction on NASDAQ, which actually pushed Hong Kong up in the, I think, Q3 figures, or was it Q2, quite substantially, because that was such a large deal that partly counted as a Hong Kong deal. Unfortunately, it wasn't an exit through the Hong Kong markets, though. So I think Hong Kong capital markets could be a lot more innovative, providing a lot more neutral platform for whoever comes along to be able to raise capital and also to carry on M&A transactions more easily and at less cost.
Great. Yeah, I now want to kind of shift gears a little bit, talk about, actually identifying opportunities that exist here in Asia. James, you have a background as both a founder and an investor. I'm wondering if that kind of informs what you look for when you're investing in something. And do you think it's different from what some of your colleagues or other investors might look at when you're picking a target?
Right. I mean, it's more part of my background. When I started my first company, I was doing research. I was a researcher in a lab in Silicon Valley. So that experience is really, really helpful when I talk to, let's say, other researchers in a university situation, right? Talk about how you organize your company, how you identify a team, how you negotiate with the university on technology licensing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, those practical experiences are very useful. But I think that's probably still not the most important one, though. The most important one is to really understand, to be in the shoes of the founder on the other side of the table, right? To really understand what it means, what they're thinking about. I mean, it's exactly what I did 30-some years ago. So from that perspective, it's very, very helpful. And it's very heartening to observe that Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area is putting a lot of emphasis in university incubation, for example. And there are lots of funding going in that space right now. And we're very active, talking to the various Hong Kong universities as well as the universities across the border in mainland China with regard to those type of opportunities.
Right. Yeah, speaking of China, Julia, you have some experience in this area. You've advised many types of deals, structures, cross-border, for cross-border deals. Are there any insights about investments into China that you can offer us today? Any particular insight when it comes to traditional business like mining, as I know that's a particular area of focus for yours, traditional?
Thanks, Matt. Well, I did mention quite a few China issues before, like data privacy.
Right.
Obviously, there's the national security law, which many countries have national security laws, but perhaps there's a concern about security. There's been a concern about certain Western consultancies being searched and so on, which has perhaps made people less confident about some of their more intrusive due diligence. But, I mean, Hong Kong together with China is now the most massive economy. I mean, it's the world's second largest, and I think there is not, it has been driven by a foreign investment model, but at the same time, there is massive internal investment within China. So I think that Western investors or investment from outside of China is still welcomed, but there's also quite a lot of competition within China and very vibrant ecosystems in places like Shenzhen and Beijing, with quite vibrant capital markets themselves and vibrant investment markets. So I think the idea of internal circulation is not just political theory, it's actually reality in some of these areas. So I think that from outside investment, there's a lot of competition for this. And in the capital market space, I see that a lot. I see companies that would rather be listing in China, that's easier to raise capital, the valuations are greater, certainly than in Hong Kong at the moment, where liquidity to some extent is drained out of the market. But to turn to mining, I mean, mining is a very well-established sector in China. It's has a very well-established set of laws, very clear. There's not much uncertainty about mining rights or who should be granting them and so on. It's fairly clear which areas are restricted to foreign investment. All of that is extremely clear. I think it's probably a sector which has scared off investors during the COVID period. I do have clients who've remained in China during that period, but I think a lot of foreigners have not remained in China. But it remains a very, very vibrant sector with obviously great demand, which is down at the moment because of the overall economic situation. But clearly that is no doubt a temporary phenomenon. So it's an extremely robust industry with great opportunity and great infrastructure support around it as well. Great history of mining, a lot of expertise, a lot of mining machinery, mining colleges and institutes and so on. So yes, I mean, it's a very strong sector for anybody wanting to look at it.
Okay. So I know we just have a few minutes left here, so let's quickly touch on exits. This is, you know, what, where the payoff happens. James, in your opinion, how do you think the risk landscape differs between Asian markets and other regions like Silicon Valley? And how do you think investors should adapt their risk management strategies for here in Asia?
Well, I mean, obviously, exits has always been one of the most important factors one considers when you make the first investment. China, obviously, U.S. is very mature markets, right? NASDAQ and NYSE. China recently has been encouraging, and Hong Kong as well, have been encouraging listing of high-tech companies that are not yet profitable and even pre-revenue. I heard that it's not going so well in China right now. The Shanghai stock market is not doing so well, but Hong Kong is doing quite okay on that. But I think it's just a hiccup. I believe that's the direction. That's the direction where both Hong Kong and mainland China are headed. That is, to be more friendly to the high-tech startups, especially biotech startups. I mean, to give you a good example of the kind of one extreme of those type of companies, those are the biotech companies, right? I mean, there are many, many multi-billion-dollar exits from companies that are pre-revenue, right? They have a molecule, they patented it, and then next thing you know, it was sold to a major pharmaceutical company for multi-billion dollars before they have a cent of revenue. Those are the type of companies that the government should be encouraging to get listed, for example. And I think we're well on our way to that end.
Okay, Julia, is there anything you can say about the role of due diligence and thorough risk assessment and what those things play in shaping exit strategies? And do you have any best practices to share with us?
Sure. So obviously, Asia, despite the economic growth at various levels in various places, is largely made up of less developed legal systems when it comes to commercial company law and so on. There's exceptions like Singapore and Hong Kong have pretty developed systems, but others less so. So due diligence is absolutely key, and absolutely making sure not just that the regulation is complied with, but changes to regulation are anticipated so that they can be dealt with. And in terms of best practices, there's a lot of incorporating now of AI into due diligence reviews, and that's very important because we can go through thousands of documents much more quickly, picking out red flags, picking out what we're looking for. So I see a big trend towards a best practice of using AI in data rooms. And obviously we're looking at legal, regulatory sanctions, ESG, environmental, accounting, tax, and valuation, and possibly technology assessment, due diligence. So a large cast of players and a lot of lists.
Great. And so I'm being told we're just about out of time. I do want to end on something that people here can take away, one piece of actionable advice that people can use when navigating deals here in Asia. Can we close this out?
Well, I mean, I started with the geopolitical tensions between U.S. and China, but I do want to end in a more upbeat mood, if you will. That is the area that Julia has highlighted, right? Clean technology and environmental technology is one big area where both governments are encouraging collaborations and cross-border technology exchanges and collaborations, because environment protection is an existential issue for humanity, and both governments recognize that. So for the young entrepreneurs who are considering their first startup in this kind of environment, that's not a bad sector to consider.
Julia?
Perhaps I'll just touch on demographics, and I think for investors, perhaps, or strategic investors in particular, looking at the demographics of where they're investing is incredibly important. With China, with its more aging population, probably AI and much more efficiency within manufacturing and so on, and healthcare and so on, the sort of industries which would do well with an aging population are probably very interesting. And in other places like Bangladesh, India, and so on, with very young populations, then obviously tech penetration, fintech, everything to do with high levels of use of technology, I think, and sales channels through that kind of technology are going to be very important in those economies.
Great, thank you so much. On that positive note, I will thank you both for joining me. And thanks to Startup Hong Kong. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Julia. Thanks, James. I did like what James said. I'm not pro-West, I'm not pro-East, I'm pro-capital. I think that summed it up very well, despite all the geopolitical complexities here. So I thought AI might be mentioned at some point. It was mentioned. But now we're going to delve deeper into things with Web3 and Metaverse as the next topic. It's going to look at the opportunities for growth and innovation. We all know Web3 comprises a lot of different things. They do include NFTs and crypto and blockchain technology and the Metaverse. And here to unpack it will be our next panel. Invite Mr. Jerome Wong. He is the co-founder and chief business officer of the Everest Ventures Group. Patricia Ho, general counsel of Scroll, a layer 2 company. Andy Lee, co-founder and CEO of Mugen Interactive. And wearing the company's brand proudly is Michael Ng, chief operating officer of Gusto Collective Group. Jerome, I'll pass it over to you and let you take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Jerome from Everest Ventures Group. Very happy to see you all here and to explore Web3, Metaverse, all these buzzwords, right? We have been listening to all these concepts for quite a while. Today with me, we are very happy to have Patricia Ho, General Counsel of Scroll, and then Andy Lee, co-founder and CEO of Mugen Interactive, and also Michael Ng, COO of Gusto Collective, to join us to pretty much discuss the future of Web3 and Metaverse opportunities for growth and innovation. Let me just directly dive into the questions. I'm sure every one of you are very interested to learn more about it. So there are typically 3 layers to any successful ecosystem, infrastructure, application experience, right? And all of the panelists here, you'll cover each of the types above. Can you share what are some promising trends that you are seeing? And maybe before that, maybe have our panelists kind of introduce themselves, 1-2 sentences, real quick.
Sure, I'll go first. Yeah. Thank you, Jerome. Thank you for having me. It's really great to see everyone out. Have a nice day, fresh air at Ocean Park. So I'm Patricia. I'm based in Hong Kong. I'm a Hong Kong native. I currently work for Scroll. Scroll is a layer 2 blockchain infrastructure project. So our mission is actually to scale the Ethereum blockchain, making it cheaper and faster for developers and users to utilize. We research and develop a technology called Zero Knowledge Proof. It's a very, very powerful technology and has a lot of applications from a privacy perspective, which I'll go into a bit later. It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. My name is Andy. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Mugen Interactive. We're also based in Hong Kong. We're a gaming company that's trying to disrupt how people play games and engage with them. I was previously at Tencent as well, building games. So for those up there, if you ever play PUBG Mobile or Teamfight Tactics, I worked on those projects as well. Hopefully you had fun as well. Thank you.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Michael Ng. I'm the Group Chief Operating Officer for Gusto Collective. So we are a brand tech company. We operate in the confluence of creativity and technology to help our clients who are major brands with their tech-powered storytelling. So it's a pleasure to be back in Ocean Park and to see some old friends.
Cool. So going back to my question, right? 3 elements for any successful ecosystem in blockchain: infrastructure, application, experience. Can you all share more? What are some promising trends that you guys have been seeing? Maybe Patricia first.
Sure. So I think Web3 blockchain is a very topical subject that there's a lot of excitement around, right? And I think a lot of people recognize that there's an issue with blockchain. Okay, number 2 is the usability. It's not that easy to use any blockchain or decentralized application. There's a lot of different steps that you need to go through. Secondly, blockchain is not very scalable because it's decentralized, so therefore it's not that efficient. What's the benefit of using a decentralized protocol versus a centralized database? It's much faster. I mean, yeah, you remove the intermediary, but does the benefit actually justify the cost, which is really slow, lag time, really difficult to use? So I think one of the things that Scroll and a lot of different projects are trying to solve is how to make blockchain more usable for the next generation of users. How to make it more like a Web 2 like banking app, right? Or like very seamless payments like PayPal. Like how do we get there by keeping the core ethos of Web3, which is decentralized, democratized, without a central authority, without intermediaries. So a lot of, I think, importance in blockchain infrastructure and why we need to develop it today is to solve these issues. I'll hand over to Andy and...
Great, okay. So I fully agree with what Patricia mentioned as well. I think infrastructure today is a little bit lacking. That's why you see a lot of these scale-up solutions trying to make Ethereum much more efficient. And it's not just happening on Ethereum as well too. You see a lot of new layer ones trying to do something similar. But for applications, we need to have good infrastructure for us to be able to build these extensions for people to actually try them out. When we started building games last year, one thing that we thought was we feel the internet, the Web3 industry at that time and point was really similar to what we experienced back in 13 and 14. Where for a lot of gaming companies, infrastructure was an issue. We were all having our own private servers, trying to build games on top of it. We're looking for the right game engines, trying to build. We're looking for the right partners to actually promote these games together. We're looking for users. So when we started building games last year, it was a deja vu. And I think in today's world, it's gotten a lot better. So Scroll just launched recently on mainnet. Like Patricia said, it's a layer 2 solution, so we're seeing a lot of projects coming on to build on top of it. We're seeing a lot of new layer 2 solutions that's coming up on top. And what they're hungry for is applications. So you have the infrastructure right now, but there's no good applications right now. And everyone's going to bet games is going to be the one that's going to take over the world. So we're positive. We think there's going to be a lot more games coming out towards the end of the year, towards next year. In fact, if you actually look at the market today, there's a lot of people are talking about games, and we're seeing a lot of promising projects coming out too.
So as a brand tech company, again, our job is to use different technology to help brands with their storytelling. And in that sense, I am technology agnostic. I use whatever technology makes sense at that point in time. I'm not married to any particular form of technology. It just happens that a lot of the most powerful technology that we're using right now are relevant to the conversation that we're having today. So our positioning is to basically take what Andy and Patricia are working on, infuse that with creativity, infuse that with culture to help brands create delightful experiences for their storytelling purposes. Now, from that perspective, the limitations and the hindrances for accessibility for blockchain solutions that both Patricia and Andy have mentioned earlier are actual issues. But for what we're actually trying to do, I need to be able to wipe that away and not obsess about the technology. So I'll give you an analogy. Who here has an iPhone? Can you put your hand up if you have an iPhone? Right. Does it have a good camera? Do you like taking pictures on your phone? Right. I have a phone too, right? I am a photo geek. I really like taking pictures, but when I'm taking pictures of my kids, I am not thinking XFIF versus HDR versus file formats. I'm not thinking lossless compression. I'm not thinking HDR. I'm not even thinking aperture. I just want a picture of my kid because the purpose of what I'm doing is to be able to create that kind of memory, right? So technology is important, but it's a means to an end. I think a lot of us here, particularly technology practitioners, we like to geek out about the technology, but something that we have to remember is for 99% of the population, which is our consumers, for every single one of us, whether directly or indirectly, technology should not be that apparent. And it's about finding a way to be able to basically abstract away that thing.
Cool. I like the word accessibility and like how you really make everything, user experiences, like reduce the entry of barrier. These are some of the key concepts I get from the panelists. And I think, well, also that we have been listening to a lot of buzzwords past few years, metaverse, Web3, crypto, GameFi, AR, VR, zero knowledge, AI. Now we have been also talking about RWA, real world assets. It seems everyone is struggling to find growth. Like, what is something you are positive on the next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. I'm very, very positive on the infrastructure side and its ability to power a lot of these newer initiatives that you mentioned, right? There's a lot of talks about stable coins, There's a lot of talk about real-world asset tokenization. This, to me, means bringing a lot of our financial assets, our real-world assets on-chain, and using the blockchain to validate and to be a permanent source and to have decentralized way to basically keep track and exchange value. So I think that's very, very important as we're moving into the next cycle, which is that people care about controlling their own assets, controlling their own identity, and this is all something that the blockchain can do. And for a project like Scroll, the idea is that you don't need to understand the infrastructure. We will take care of that for you. We will use zero-knowledge proof to ensure that your identities is safe, is secure, and at the same time, we'll give you that scalability benefit, meaning that you don't need to worry about how long this transaction will get finalized onto the blockchain. It should be a matter of, right now it's quite long. Sometimes it could take minutes, right? But it should go down to a minute, like less than 1 second, right? So that you feel comfortable using it going forward. So I feel that with the blockchain scalability and usability increasing, that can actually funnel into a lot of very exciting things that you can do. For example, you can start trading your funds, buying your house, using stable coins for your everyday payment, including if you want to buy a hot dog out there in Ocean Park, using crypto, using the rails, the blockchain rails.
So I'm excited to actually onboard the next billion gamers. There's about 3 billion gamers globally today, and only a really small percentage of them play Web3 games. I think one core part that people don't want to play Web3 games is that they were known to be very scammy. But also the other side of it is it's really hard to actually play Web3 games. I don't know about any of the audience, but I don't know if anyone ever had a MetaMask or any kind of Web3 wallet. I still remember the day when I had my Web3 wallet. I looked at the screen and I'll look at it blankly and I was like, what's going on? So what do I do next? That's where most people's experiences. But we've changed that with today. We changed it to be able to build more seamless experiences into onboarding people. For example, nowadays you can log in on a very private basis using your social media accounts, your Facebook, your Google, to create a wallet automatically. You don't even need to know that it's a wallet. You could also be interacting with these applications on your mobile phones. You can play them anywhere. You can just take them around rather than being fully on the PC or on a website anymore. You can share them very easily with your friends through your social network. You can share ideas anonymously. So these are things that will drive people to understand applications and get them into it. For us, I think there's been a wave of new applications coming out in social and gaming, and I think the next 6 to 12 months we're going to see a lot more of these coming out. We're building our games as well. We're launching them towards the end of the year and next year. Very simple games in the casual and mid-core segments. We think these are going to be the ones that can capture the market and onboard people who's never really played Web3 games before, but who wants like simple experiences in a very private way using technologies that they understand and experience and be able to understand what these NFTs and tokens are and use and provide utility cases for them to interact these games. I think that's going to be something big for crypto in the next 6 to 12 months.
I'm very excited about 3 big themes. I'm excited about AI, I'm excited about extended reality, and I'm very excited about tokenized loyalty, and I'll tell you about each of them. So AI particularly in the form of AIGC is something that we hear a lot about nowadays, right? You hear a lot about Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, ChatGPT, etc. So earlier this week, OpenAI had a large conference in which they offered their new view of how of a new AI-generated world, with OpenAI being the hub for something that's functioning like an app store. So rather than everybody trying to write their own LLMs, then you use the OpenAI base, and you can write your own bot and be able to monetize on it. So from a developer angle, that's a whole new realm of monetization and revenue opportunity. I think from a customer engagement perspective, that's a whole new way of being able to do hyper-personalized content, because rather than having to pre-can 100,000 different permutations of content and then try to fit that back onto a particular persona, you can actually generate this stuff on the fly. So whether it is much more powerful interactive chatbots, whether it is being able to give you digital collectibles that reflect the kind of interaction that you've had with the brand, the opportunity there is massive. I talked about extended reality. So, AR, VR, MR, XR, these are phrases that people like to chuck around a lot. Extended reality is where I think the opportunity is going to be really, really big, again, from an experience perspective. And it differs from AR, VR in that when you, particularly for VR, VR is a very, very lonely space. You put a pair of goggles on, you're playing with it, the world could be burning outside, which is, and you would never notice. Now that's great if you have kids and you're trying to ignore that world, right? So it's a little bit escapist, but it's not that fun. And I think one thing that we've all learned after COVID is that we are a social breed. We are animals in that sense. We like coming out to see people. So extended reality as in the augmentation of what I see on top of reality is not just something that I see on my screen, but how I interact with it, how I play with it will then change something in the real world. So as I scan that box here, as I move it around, it actually moves, it blinks, it will change. That is taking interaction to a whole new level. And I believe, particularly next year with Apple coming out with Vision Pro, then there will be a new wave of interest in this technology. Now, AR, VR is actually not new. AR technology has been around since the 1960s. It was initially a military technology. It was used for head-up displays in fighter jets like Top Gun, right? And we've slowly started bringing that into more experiential uses. But so far, it's still been much more on the fringe. It's been much more gimmicky. And I think with Vision Pro coming in, we're going to see some really, really big changes in terms of how it's actually applied. The third thing is tokenized loyalty. And this is now a little bit closer to one of the themes here that we're talking about today, which is blockchain. So with cookies being phased out progressively over the next 12, 24 months, and also with the European Union coming out with circular economy requirements where for most consumer products, you need to be able to show the source, like be able to show traceability of the sources of each of the components, of what goes into making things for sustainability purposes, and also from a consumer perspective, consumers also want to know where your book is where the raw ingredients for your book, for your T-shirt, your water, your car actually comes from. Then there is a big change that's about to happen in terms of product data. And one way that we're starting to see a lot of interest in doing so is to create something like a digital passport or digital twin. That's the utility purpose of it. But as you create that, then that also opens up a huge opportunity to use the same technology to be able to engage and reward customers for engaging with you much earlier. Because while nowadays most loyalty programs will try to engage people and reward people only at the point of purchase, in reality, you really should be rewarding people from the first time that they actually have awareness and engagement with the brand itself. And tokens are the secret sauce to being able to track and follow user interaction in an omni-channel environment in a cookieless world.
Cool. So I can recall, for example, ChatGPT, it takes them 2 months to reach 100 million users, right? For us to really drive mass adoption, really it has to be something that's really easy to use, easily accessible. And if we go and look back to blockchain itself, well, hopefully infrastructure is mature, like gas fees less expensive, faster transaction speed. These are, well, like Scroll, founders like Patricia is helping to get the infrastructure space in the blockchain more and more mature. And also like applications, for example, like games and also experiences that Mugen and also Gusto are building that are really getting like everyday consumers into the space with a lower entry barriers, right? So we have been also seeing a lot of companies ranging from startups to major corporates like HSBC, Starbucks, getting into Web3 with the purpose of interacting with younger crowds and also activating their current customers through different experiences like claim membership points via an NFT special rewards. Some have worked, some haven't. In your view, what is the right strategy for driving mass adoption? We have already touched a little bit upon it, but are there any other thoughts that you guys can raise? And also, but more importantly, growth and monetization opportunities from companies. Can you think of any right strategy for these from a company perspective?
Okay, maybe I'll go first. I think one really big thing we didn't touch on yet is about regulatory certainty. I think for any technology to go really mainstream, to be highly adoptive for companies to use it, you really need to understand like what is the regulatory framework. And I think it's no secret that the crypto space have been having a lot of bad news in the past year. There's a lot of people worried about whether they should even trade crypto or even like sign up to any platform because there's just a lot of scams. And there's also international news of large platforms not being reliable at all, as we see with the SBF trials in the US. So global regulators are actually putting in place frameworks to make the space safer and more secure for everyone to come in. And that will drive the big corporates, the Facebooks, the Starbucks, the HSBCs of the world to be able to work with startups in this space. Another thing I want to say is we are very privileged to be in Hong Kong because globally, if you look around, Hong Kong is one of the more welcoming and open and transparent policymakers in terms of welcoming the development of Web3 and blockchain technology. So we're definitely in the right space, and I think there's a lot to contribute in the next 6 to 12 months here. Yeah.
Andy.
So what I would say is that in any kind of applications, there's 3 types of user profiles. The investor type, which people actually buy and actually put money in. The everyday consumer type, so it just go in and check it out. But more importantly, there's people who just does nothing and just wants to get something out of it. I think for a lot of these applications today, whether it's your Starbucks or other companies, what they're looking for is who's actually these paying users who will actually use the applications and who they should be focused on, because there's been a lot of talks about data analytics for the past decade, but I think a lot of times people still understand who the core audience is because people behavior keeps on changing, your products keep on changing, and I think it's the same for Web3 as well too. They want to do these cool things to activate people, but in reality, who is actually using these applications? Who's actually using these NFTs or these benefits? They want to maximize these benefits or utilities for anyone that's holding them. So ultimately, I think what's going to happen is for these companies is once they find a good use, understand who these people are, they will start building these communities which actually let them to go and give them ideas, give these companies idea what they actually want, rather than these companies telling them that these are something that you should be using or you should be getting. And I think that's where you get the monetization part of it, where if you actually find the right fit for the right users, eventually they'll actually be spending users and actually be spending more. That's just not just the NFTs today. I think this is also the reason why a lot of companies want to do gaming just 5-6 years ago, because they want to understand whether these people are actually the users they want, or these people are these spending users they want to be potentially interacting with. And I think it's going to happen the same in Web3.
I would say simplicity again. Making it so easy to use that it's basically invisible, right? So to paraphrase Arthur Clarke, great tech should be indistinguishable from magic. So if you're thinking about the tech, you've already got something wrong there. The other thing, so for more companies to be able to use this and be able to extract value from it, then the technology needs to come in a product that actually has genuine product market fit. And in many instances, even though I am very much a believer in blockchain and Web3 technology at this point, to Andy's point earlier, the ecosystem isn't there. So the choice to use Web3 right now is, to be quite honest, a little bit of a stretch. So we're saying that you are doing this to be future-proof, but a lot of the products right now are still searching for a pain point to solve, and a pain point that is actually worth solving. So as an analogy, right now, the argument for using blockchain versus a non-blockchain solution for storing workers, which ultimately is what blockchain is, because it's a decentralized database at the essence. An analogy would be looking at email back in the 90s. Now, I'm old enough to remember what it was like using a fax machine. I think the younger members of the audience may have never even heard of one of these things. But back in the 90s, when email first came out, it was an alternative to a fax machine because I can send a message to people really quickly. And back then, in reality, it would have been easy for me to send you a message instantly on fax rather than email because you know to check your fax machine because it will beep and it will spit out, and everybody had a fax machine, right? So the real benefit of email versus the fax machine didn't really come in until the rest of the internet ecosystem actually came in. When there were hyperlinks you can actually send to people, when there were attachments you can send, when there were cookies, when there were pixels, so I can tell whether you've looked at things so I can retarget. And we're not quite at that point yet, so we will get there. But again, it's looking for that fit.
Cool. Thanks for sharing. I think just to sum up, kind of some key takeaways from this panel. How to really drive mass adoption of blockchain infrastructure and also applications in Web3, clarity of regulation, simplicity on the user interface experiences, scalability of the infrastructure. Yeah, pretty much there are some keywords that hopefully can drive this Web3 industry forward and really hopefully to witness mass adoption to happen pretty soon. Thanks. Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you, Jerome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So we sort of dipped our toes into Web 2 and Metaverse. We will come back to that later on. Thank you very much, Jerome and panel. I loved the quote about great tech being like magic. I always think tech is like magic anyway, but great tech is surely magic. We are going to go back into more traditional Web 2 discussions for the next panel. We're going to talk about digital disruption. It's something that's actually fairly common. And our panelists will actually talk about how this is being implemented in their companies and from what they see. So I welcome our moderator, Carmen Chan, founder of Click Ventures. Hi, Carmen. Elliot Wang, General Manager, CEO of Hangzhou Thales Medical Technology. Dr. Sarah Cheung, Managing Director of Asia Era One. And Terence Yip, co-founder and principal consultant of Metaverse Corporation Limited. All right, panel, I'll let you take it away. Thank you. Thanks, Carmen.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Carmen. I was a tech entrepreneur for 13 years and also an investor for another 9 years. And last year, I started to shift my focus to VC fund investment. So I've been in this industry for more than 20 years. Today, I'm so glad that we have a few experts from different industries, ranging from dental, transportation, and also media industry. And we will talk about how we can disrupt the old traditional industry and innovate with new technology.
Hi everyone, hello. My name is Elliot Wong, and thank you for Jumpstart for inviting me here. And this is actually me and our company, firstly being public and saying hello to others. Elliot Wong, I'm the CEO and General Manager of Thales MedTech, and we are actually a company doing 3D manufacturing medical devices. We start from the dental field, for the veneer, crown, bridge, and dental, then the other dental devices. And we actually provide the whole full-time chain solutions to others. So this is our company, and it's very happy and honored to be here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarah Cheung, and very nice to meet all of you here. Asia Airline actually is a Thailand company. We are there to operate currently the airport WeLink. So if you have a chance to visit Thailand, remember to use my train from the airport to the middle of the town. And we also, at the moment, preparing for the design and build of high-speed train, which will link 3 airports in the future. Personally, I have been in Hong Kong. I'm actually a Hong Kong person. So I'm very glad to be invited back here. I have been working in the Hong Kong MTR for more than 10 years. Then after that, I have another 20 years worldwide, working in China, Asian countries, and Middle East, including the very exotic places like Saudi Arabia, and then also Europe and UK. So I have in total over 30 years of experience in transport, and I'm very happy to be here to talk about innovation in transportation. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm nothing but an R&D guy for 25 years. I started my R&D in the mainframe systems we call for the commercial sectors like the IBM, Microsoft, all this stuff. But later on, I get into the online game industry back in year 2000. And well, at that time, I think most of you were quite interested to know what the MMORPG is. And that's what we first started. And later on, I get into another industry, that's the media. I think maybe some of you heard about the name Metro Daily. That's what I'm working there for as a CEO. And of course, today I came here is because of my other identity as the co-founder and principal consultant for a company named Metaverse Corporation Limited, which is at the time running a Metaverse platform. Maybe what interested you will be how come a traditional business platform all of a sudden switch into the Metaverse? And I think we may just discuss later on today. So that's it, as simple as that.
Thank you. So I would like to start with our panelist, Elliot, because recently I just bring my daughter to the dentist and to have a retainer. And I found that how come a retainer is so expensive and is so low technology, I would say. And so I would like Elliot to share with us what kind of pain point the dental industry is facing and how he's going to disrupt it.
Thank you, Carmen. I would like to hear your experience about your daughter's retainer. But here, when we talk about the pain points in this industry, I would say that it's all about the tradition. Why the tradition still exists? Because this industry in dental field, it comes from the material, it comes from the machine company, it comes from the manufacturing company, and it comes to the end user, clinical doctor, and customer. So each position in this supply chain, they still remain the same technology. They are all originate from the CNC cut machine, cut ideology. But what Taos MedTech brings us is we want to reform the industry from the 3D manufacturing digitalized technology because it's a new ideology and new thinking ways for the whole industry. The reason why you say that your retainer is kind of expensive because each position in this supply chain is co-working and co-hard fighting with each other for the cost. Each position has a very heavy manpower. And the technology, compared to other industries like chip industry, like the consumer electronics, like other fields, they are so manpower cost. So that's why Taos MedTech wants to change this by our own technology, 3D manufacturing, digitalized way. Our own unique technology called ACG, the Advanced Customized Jetting, which compare and different from other technologies because we provide the full chain services to the others, from the material, from the machine, from the product, from the veneer, crown, retainer, implant, all the services, we'll provide them with the digital way. And why we can do that? Because we get a hard test from the CFDA, which is called NMPA, and we already got the FDA approval for the world's first 3D manufacturing dental restorations and other medical devices. So that's why we feel it's painful for the whole industry. It's all originated from the technology itself. We are using the new technology to reform them. And there's another pinpoint, very interesting. Now that we know that our current situation of the economy, right, people are willing to take less money to do the dental things. But still, the clinical position is still lacking of the customers. It's a pinpoint of the clinic and the customers. So we are aiming to change this way by utilizing the social media, by utilizing the online stream, and we lead them to the clinic itself, directly to the doctor, so that we will create a more profitable volume to them. So that's why TelsMeta exists, and that's the goal we're achieving with. Thank you.
Thank you. And recently, I keep talking to people about transportation. One of the reasons is because I found that transportation and AI, the generative AI, have a very similar characteristic, because in the very beginning, when we just invent car, it's very convenient, very powerful, but it could also be very challenging in terms of safety. And so Gen AI is having similar situation at the moment. It can be very exciting and also can be very scary in the same time. And so transportation has gone a long way. I understand that there's a lot of innovation going on in this industry, and I would like Shara share with us some of your observation on some of the new technology that you're using at the moment.
Sure, thank you. Well, transportation is actually a big industry, right? That cover also air, ground, and water as well. So it's a big industry. The disruption of new technology also created a lot of things within the industry, whether we are talking about aviation or metro or ferry or speedboat and so on and so forth. So just quote a few. For example, new energy. Many countries are now setting the mission of a zero carbon emission. And if you look at some of the news and do some research, you'll find that a major breakthrough. For example, using hydrogen as the energy for trains, right? The first train already running in Europe, and there are also hydrogen-driven vehicles in terms of trams and buses in China, in Asia. And also we are seeing that hydrogen aircraft is on the trial run. So this is a major breakthrough relating to new energy. And if you talk about AI, that's also very important. And a lot of people think transportation is a very old industry. I can see some students here. You're welcome to join us because we're no longer old. We use AI. So we have AI camera, and that helps to detect any threats or even any potential of fire hazard. So we can mitigate that quicker. We develop operation control center. We call it smart control center that use AI as well. And as you know that when you're traveling on train, for example, in MTR, the driver do not drive the train, the computer drive it. So if there's any incident, the operation control center look at that. Now people in the control center could get panic because of accident, but robotic would not. Robot has no emotion for the time being until we make emotion into them. So they are calm. They can go through a number of factors and scenarios, make quick decisions. So we call it the smart control center. So on the contrary, a lot of people think we are conservative. Yes, we are. We are conservative in such a way we would only use technology that increase safety, that decrease our risk. So we are adopting a lot of things, AI, new technology, robotics, IoT, big data, you name it. So there's so many examples I can share. I need to give some time to my colleagues who is in R&D to talk about that. And so you're most welcome to talk to me later.
You're welcome to carry on.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So next industry we want to talk about is the media industry. Before I introduce Terence, I want to share one phenomenon that I feel very interesting. Is in China. You know, when you go to a shop, when you want to pay for the shop, I found that some of the shop, they will ask you, okay, you go to Meituan to pay instead of paying on spot. And I was wondering why, I mean, in the beginning. And when I find out how popular this kind of platform is, then I understand why. Because most of the shop, they want to maintain their ranking in the virtual world instead of in the real world. because people discover choices through these online platforms. So the ranking becomes so important for them. And that's why we lead to Terence. You start Metro, a newspaper, and now you are venturing into the metaverse. So can you share with us some of your observation?
Or actually switching from a traditional business into a new concept like metaverse, there must be something. And what actually happened to us is the exciting type of opportunity and attractions. So what are the attractions and opportunity we're looking at? I may just want to mention some of them so that you consider whether or not your business can fit into this kind of scope, right? Well, firstly is the obviously enhanced interactivities. For traditional medias, we can just go one-way traffic. We feed the contents to the audience, to the readers. But for Metaverse, we're just talking about a two-way traffic. We have to do the things in an interactive way so that we can have the feedback right at the moment when we feed the contents to the audience. That of the enhancement I'm talking about, and it's very good opportunity for a lot of traditional businesses because you can plan for your marketing, plan for your sales plans almost instantaneously. So that's one of the attractions. The next one I wanted to bring up for you for a research is the kind of reaching out in far more scope, bigger scope than the traditional businesses. That is what we call the extended reaches, right? For Metaverse, it's a virtual platform. The audience number of users is unlimited. You can just log in anytime, anywhere to get into it. That means your readers can not only include those limited to those in Hong Kong, that's globally, right? You can expand your contents, expand your reach globally so that your contents can reach far beyond. And that's good for your customers as well. So that brings in another good point is for the revenue generation. Media in the past, the major source of income is advertisement. And how far you can reach, how many audience, how many readers you can reach is one of the critical points that your customers is to study and look into. And by using the Metaverse platform, we can do that. That is one of the reasons why we have to switch from the traditional business like what we did in the past, the Metro Daily. We just print out, we just deliver it free of charge in the MTR stations. That is something we cannot do and we could not do. And we have to do it in a way that the interaction, the interactive things, and far reach can do it right at a time instantaneously. That is the attractions and opportunities that a Metaverse platform can offer us, and one of the attractions and exciting opportunities that I mentioned before.
Thank you. And so I want to go back to Sarah because I've been waiting for Hyperloop for many years. When would it be ready?
Well, Hyperloop is something also very exciting. When it's being developed, it can run at a speed over 1,000 kilometers per hour within the tube. And as now, what the world is doing is in America as well as in UAE, they are already developing that. Because Hyperloop is something very important, as safety is important, so they're checking the technology, testing, and eventually it will come up, I think, within a few years' time. Now, for Huawei, we are very concerned about safety. Any new development, we have to go through all the testing and commissioning and ensure it's safe. So it will come up soon. It's actually the technology is not a new technology, but putting it into commercialization, while able to carry passenger, that is a major breakthrough. So you will be seeing Hyperloop, and at the same time, you will be seeing hydrogen-driven train. You'll be seeing hydrogen-driven aircraft. So all these are very good for the world. And this is exactly what we look at disruption. And we will be introducing a lot of AI decision-making. IoT is something very important. We can predict the fault and failure rate. We will know about any alert and alarm before anything fails. So these all together would make all the new form of energy like Hyperloop, like hydrogen train and so on and so forth, and safe and efficient and contribute to the world. So I'm very excited about this industry because basically if you look at metro, it's green already. We make it greener, which is important. We deploy technology for a long time. Now with all the research and development, so we can digitize it better. So I'd like to react to my friend here, right? Metaverse, we're also looking at that while you talk about media and so on and so forth. That's also important. So one thing is we do all this contributing to the world, but at the same time, the private sector need to survive. So that is return on investment. So thanks for sharing that. I'll talk to you more on the return on investment and put it into the metro station.
Thank you. And I would like to go back to Elliot because I have met a lot of founders. They are creating startups that they need to go through the regulations. And dental industry is also a very regulated space. And so can you share with us your experience and how to navigate the regulations in different countries and choose your first target market?
Yeah, very good question. Different countries and different regions remains different regulations. For medical devices, and especially for dental, it's same for all the medical devices registration in the whole world. The words are divided into three main systems. The first one is called FDA, we're all familiar with, right? Second one is CE, remains in the Europe. And the other one is China ones, it's called NMPA, it used to call it CFDA. So in these three main systems, once you get registered all the systems, you are all popular in China, in all the world. So firstly, we need to meet the standard for all these three different systems. And during this kind of session, it's actually very difficult for us because we are the new technology. New technology means what? It will experience the most strict examination. Like the first approval we got, the high standard from CFDA, we passed the test for the material, for the product, for the craft stability, for the quality control. We need to meet the standard for ISO 13485. It is all very strict standard we need to follow with. And for other countries in different world, other than Europe, other than America, other than China, we just make some application and get a process, that's enough. And it will also refer to CE, FDA, and NMPA. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to go back to Terence. You told me that you did some partnership with some offline world and metaverse, right? Like in university and train station. Can you share those projects with us?
Well, sure. But I'm not sure whether or not I can mention the name without having the consent first. But I can describe it. One of the platform we now incorporated in our Metaverse platform is the railway station. One of the high-speed railway stations in China, which is a very core sort of transition station. And they're talking about every year there's about 800 million passengers go through that station yearly. And we have built that virtual station in our platform already. So when visitors, they physically get into the station, right, they can see our QR code. Once they scan it, they can get into our platform, the virtual platform, and do something. And we can give them some other benefits. And that's one of the attractions that we get, the visitors, number of visitors in our platform. Another one I would like to mention is one of the university in Hong Kong, right? They built one of the event platform in our Metaverse. And before the visitors, before that it's about 1,000 or 2,000. But in a platform like Metaverse, you can log in, as what I said previously, anytime, anywhere, whenever you want it. So the number of visitors been not only double, but up to 600% as compared with the year before. Well, there's quite a number of examples in our platform just mentioned, and there's still, you guys may know about it. So in the coming days, we're going to introduce more and more this kind of platform into our metaverse to make things, apart from the physical kind of approach, we have the virtual approach, which is unlimited, and it can be reached by people anywhere, anytime.
Thank you. So our sharing today is finished. Thank you very much for all the panelists, and we got the time's up signal. So hope to see you guys next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, panel. So that was looking at some traditional industries, medical, the dentist's office, who wants to think about that one, transportation, but it's disrupt or be disrupted, right? So digital disruption is definitely there. We are going to go back into the lovely world of Web3 with our next panel. I thank you for all those who stayed with us through this, up to this point. Thank you. Congratulations. And I welcome the group of students here. We have a large group of students here. And for those who've just joined us, we've had some very fascinating discussions. I welcome our moderator and the panel to take their seats. Our moderator is Alfonso Ballesteros. He's founder and director of Crossbow. Our distinguished panel is Dr. Chan An, Chief Technology Officer of AlexGo, Eric Wong, Head of Growth at Sandbox, and Hao Ding, CEO of Web3 Go. Alfonso, they're in your hands. I'll let you take it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. We're going to be talking about Web3 and going beyond the buzz. And for a lot of people, a lot of concepts are still not very clear. And also, it's not very clear how they relate to day-to-day realities. So we're going to be discussing these in a moment. But first, I would like to ask you to explain to the audience briefly who you are, which is your company, so that they can put the answers into context. Please.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Chan An. I am the CTO at Alex. We build financial infrastructure on the Bitcoin, using Bitcoin as the blockchain and the payment network, and thereby allowing users to trade, earn, and also exchange ideas with each other and across the globe in 30 minutes. Okay?
Hi, this is Eric from the Sandbox. So I'm the head of growth for Greater China area. Actually, Sandbox is an open metaverse platform to allow everyone to co-create or to lend, to own their own digital assets in places. So recently, we have already got like 700 something partners all over the world. In local Hong Kong, we do also have more than like 17 partners, which also actually Ocean Park is also one of the partners with Sandbox. So they are actually building their own metaverse experience and then open up for everyone to contribute and then to develop the future of the metaverse. Thank you.
I think the Sandbox is very famous in the industry. Yeah. So hello everyone, my name is Hao and I'm the CEO and founder of Web3Go. So Web3Go is a very early startup, and last 1 year ago we just secured our seed funding, and led by Binance and HashKey and several capitals. So we are focusing on the on-chain data and off-chain data analytics, and we want to provide the insight for the data and powered by AI. So yes.
Excellent, thank you. In fact, starting with you, Hao, maybe you can share with us a little bit more. You've been involved in the blockchain and crypto space for a while already, and what made you take the step to found your company? And whether you can tell us a little bit more of how your platform bridges on-chain and off-chain data in the context of Web3?
Yeah, sure. So before I came into the crypto industry, so I worked in the AI industry for several years, so I know how important of the data to the AI. And nowadays, AI is very popular, and the better data with good quality you have, and the more powerful model you can train. And on the other hand, so the data is created by people every day, every moment, and the people want to use data to analyze and get the insight. So you can see that there is a circle of synergy between the people, AI, and the data. And so we want to build a network which can connect these three elements and create a very fair network and structure, so everyone network participants can get rewarded by their contribution, the contribution of data to the network. So that is the beginning. We want to build this project. And then we start building some on-chain data analytics and off-chain data analytics based on the on-chain data activity and the off-chain data from social media. And we use AI to analyze it. So after 1 year, I think we have done quite well. We have served several public chains like BNB, Manta, Moonbeam Network, and they are using our data for the community and for the project owner. And we also build a platform so everyone can use their experience or knowledge base to build the bot and share it. So basically, we are creating a UGC platform so everyone can benefit from their work. Yeah.
Thank you. Which brings me to a question that I wanted to ask Eric. How would you say that Web3 and the metaverse relate to each other? Because this is a concept that a lot of people are not fully clear about. And how does the sandbox contribute to the ecosystem?
Yeah, actually it's absolutely related. So actually there's so many metaverse platform in the market. So how we kind of, what is about the details of sandbox is, I did mention about open metaverse. So the concept of open metaverse is open for everyone. Everyone here, you can just create a sandbox account, then we provide every tools and every single development items for you to get started with the creations. So I usually share that about with one single sandbox account, you can be an investor, creator, and gamer as well. You can play game, you can co-create to contribute into the metaverse platform as well. So one of the most important part is actually Sandbox try so hard to empower the creators' creations, because using the blockchain technology, actually we kind of pretty sure that to protect the creations of the copyright and the ownership belongs to the creators itself, but not belongs to our platform. So Sandbox is a pretty user-friendly platform to allow every creators they can get started, or even though for corporate. In Hong Kong, actually, there's so many corporates. Sandbox is their first step to get into the Web3 area, such as like Ocean Park, MTR, and also McDonald's as well. So I think this is kind of a very user-friendly platform for people to understand about the relationship between Web3 and Metaverse.
Excellent, thank you. And you bring up a very interesting point, which is the connection between corporates and Web3, which kind of brings me to a question for An Chang. You have a long trajectory in traditional finance, and then what made you decide to make the change to Web3, to blockchain, and specifically to Bitcoin? What was the thinking, and why at the moment that you did it?
Okay, so maybe before I get to that, maybe I just want to do a quick clarification, if you like, or what we mean by Web 3 versus Web 2, because Web 3 is a term many people use, but I don't think many people actually know what Web 3 is and what Web 2 is. I think that the biggest difference, or the reason why we call what we are doing Web 3, is because it is building on the existing web technology, and I think that is important, in a way that improves one key aspect, that is the element of trust. So anyone who come across any blockchain technology and Web3 projects, and I think Eric mentioned briefly, and then also Hao mentioned as well, we often use a term called trustless, essentially the removal of the intermediary, thereby making the whole process efficient. And by making that possible on the existing Web 2 technology is the meaning that we give to the Web 3. So that's, I think, one distinction I want to make. And now the reason why I want to clarify this point is, going back to your question, why I started now, my name is Chan An, by the way, but I wasn't born in Hong Kong. I was actually born in Korea, but then I spent in Hong Kong about 20 years, but my parents somehow gave me first name Chan, so everyone calls me Mr. Chan, which I'm fine with, totally okay with it. Now, I started my career in Hong Kong in 2004 or something like that, so I'm actually older than most of the Web3 degens and probably of the panel here. We've gone through, I started in investment banking and the exchanging the money and so on. We went through the 2008 Lehman crisis and the bankruptcies and so on, introduction or tightening of the regulations and all the compliance issues and so on. The industry went through actually a big amount of changes that we have observed and then where we are today. Going through those changes, that sort of got me thinking, why are there so many regulatory aspects associated with the banking in particular, or payment in general, as well as the compliance of what we do as bankers? Now, ultimately, then think about, okay, what was, for example, the bankrupt bank, the Lehman Brothers and so on, were doing? They were the intermediary that helped people exchange money. Yeah? They were the intermediary that took the trust of others that they're not going to steal the money, and then their job was then to give to, hand to other people. Now, because the banks and traditional intermediary, the key weakness that we had, couldn't fulfill that premise, that's where we saw the regulations and compliance came in. Now, when I saw the Web3 and the blockchain, what I realized was this is a technology that can fundamentally change what is going on. Now, a lot of people talk about the blockchain and crypto in general as a sort of Wild West, scamming projects and so on. And there's some truth to that. I wouldn't deny. But then fundamentally, if you look at the blockchain as a technology, and Bitcoin being the most secured, and that's what we chose as well, it is that the possibility of being able to transform existing banking and payment industry in a way that is not possible in the real world. That was really exciting. And I think we are just about to see that actually with Hong Kong government coming in taking more active role in a number of events. So I think that's pretty exciting, yeah.
Excellent. That's a very good explanation, and thank you for bringing up the difference between Web 2 and Web 3. And actually, the topic that you finish with is very interesting, because now I would like to move to the impact that this technology can have, particularly in emerging markets. So I will go back to Hao to ask, do you have any examples of how to apply the technology from your platform, for example, for inclusion, to face the challenges of the developing world?
So before we start building the product, we found a problem. So some data analytics platform like, I cannot mention the name. So somehow they are taking advantages of the data analysts or the data contributors because they let the data analysts submit their work and they wrap the data and provide the API and sell it to other end users. But the analysts cannot get their rewards from the platform. So I think it's not fair because they contribute a lot in terms of the data insight. And then we start try to building a platform, an open data platform on top of the smart contracts, so which allow everyone can contribute their insight, their data realization, and can get benefits from their work. I think we have done it pretty well because there are a lot of analysts and data contributor come to our platform, and they build a lot of very, very good data dashboard, and the platform will send them reward. So I think it's a very good manner for them to so this is differences from the Web 2 and Web 3 because in Web 3, so everything is built on a very transparent smart contract and it is trustless. Yeah, so I think we use a blockchain to solve the problem from Web 2 and we solved it very well in Web 3. Yeah.
Excellent, thanks a lot. And then asking Eric, do you have use cases, for example, in the developing world related to entertainment that you could share with us?
Yeah, sure. Actually, Sandbox is a very interesting environment that we already included a lot of different kind of industry inside this metaverse area. So perhaps I can share two use cases. The first thing is recently during August in Hong Kong, we just have a collaboration with McDonald's HK. So this is one of the very first Web3 experiment that with the collaboration with McDonald's because they are not really get into this area before. So what they are going to do is because they are going to have their offline exhibitions in Empress, but they also considering to have metaverse versions inside Sandbox as well. So this make the user, they can have an O2O different kind of experience at the same time. And when they participate for the physical exhibition, they can also creating some kind of user-generated some content and then to put it back into the metaverse area to have a very unique exhibitions as a very unique experience for the users. So, and the other thing is, actually Sandbox do a pretty much development in educations. So we also have a very close school network in Hong Kong, such as like Hong Kong UST and Hong Kong Design Institute as well. They own digital assets, and then they're coming up to feature the students' creation into Metaverse.
Excellent. Thank you. Two quick things, because we're a little bit short on time, but I would like to ask Dr. Chan one question, and then one open to the whole panel, really quick. So to Dr. Chan, how are you seeing the use cases to use Web3 for inclusion in the financial world in the emerging markets?
So I talked about the blockchain being really have the possibility to improve how we do finance, right? So yesterday, actually, I sent some money from Hong Kong to Korea to my sister using HSBC, and I love HSBC, by the way. They tell me it's going to take 2-3 days. I was sending dollar, and then I had to pay 50 Hongki, which is very standard, right, from Hong Kong to Korea. Now, if I'm sending same amount of money in dollar using the blockchain to Korea, anyone in the world, in fact, I can send it within a few seconds, and it costs me less than $1. And $1 is too expensive, and a few seconds is too slow. So that's the power of blockchain that can provide, and that is the possibility that is presented to builders who want to use the blockchain. So that's the opportunity that we are talking about. Now, to the incumbents, established players, you really have to take the notice because, for example, JP Morgan, my ex-employer, is already using the technology to settle $1 billion and above for their clients as well. So people getting in, and then from the regulator's perspective, I want to emphasize again, everyone think this is, again, scam and so on. Their focus is really on the regulation and compliance of regulated activities. And blockchain as a surveillance tool is perfect because it's secure, because it's transparent. Transparency is to everyone. And it is secure because the data you save cannot be tampered. So I think the regulator, incumbents, and builders all should take the note on that and really adopt this new technology. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. If you can each summarize in just one sentence, what are you most excited about right now in your space? What should people be paying attention to? Yeah.
So only one sentence. So this round of innovation of AI, I think will last for more than 10 years. I think this, and combined with the Web3, I think this is a very big opportunity for everyone. So seize it. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks.
Yeah, I would say Metaverse is still in the very beginning stages. So I think it's good to have you guys to try that by yourself and then to experience it. Then you will learn more about it.
Thank you.
Obviously I'm biased, but I often compare the blockchain to the innovation of internet and then mobile phones. And I think there are many parallels you can draw onto. But one important thing is, if you think about how China managed to leapfrog many of the established players across the mobile payments and the credit system and even electric cars, they're all built on the new technology. Now, this is the third technology, new technology that we have in the blockchain. And I think this is where China has another opportunity. And I think that's where we should really focus on. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's a great way to end this panel. Thank you very much to the speakers. Thank you to the organizers, to Jumpstart Media, to Start Me Up Festival and Invest Hong Kong, and hope to see you all around at the other panels. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfonso. Thank you, panel. So it's clear how diverse, complex, but also very useful the Web3 world is. It was good to hear those different perspectives, people who are both OGs in the Web3 world and some of the newer people. We're going to switch gears now and move into a keynote session. It's the first of 2 keynotes today. And we're very honored to have Dr. Jia Zhou, Vice President of Engineering at Roblox China. Now, if you've never heard of Roblox, chances are your kids have. It's that famous. Dr. Zhou is a vice president he leads the engineering, developer relations, and trust and safety teams, very important to all parents. He was former CTO of OYO China and former VP of software product and engineering for Mobike. He's also a founding member of Uber's China growth team, and that when he was there, he supported Uber China's business up to its merger with Didi in 2016. Now, you're going to take us through some slides. It's the first time we're showing slides today. I'm excited. And you're going to talk about the vision for connection and communication in the metaverse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Very happy to be here. I'm Jia. Nice to meet a lot of the entrepreneurs and innovators here in Hong Kong. I live in Shenzhen. Roblox China is based in Shenzhen. We're a joint venture between Roblox and Tencent, and we're here to crack the China market. So as mentioned before, I lead engineering along with some other areas within Roblox. Just a show of hands really quick. Who here has heard about Roblox or has played Roblox? Or, okay, a few of us. Just want to get a sense to understand how much deep I will be going into the details. So I joined Roblox China about 3 years ago. At that time, Roblox has not gone public yet. It went public during March of 2021. And that's when the term metaverse got coined, right? It was mentioned in our S1. There was a lot of chatter in the Wall Street about this particular term. And very honestly, over the last 3 years, there was a huge hype about metaverse, about Web3, all these areas. And to be very honest, it was overhyped in our particular perspective. And it's very reasonable because anytime a huge concept like metaverse comes out, it's very easy for it to be overly hyped. Luckily to us, in the last year or so, we have seen capitulation, right? People have realized there was this overhyping and that we need to be going back to the roots, to the values that we actually develop for our users. And that's what I'm excited about. That's what our teams are excited about, and that's what I'm here to talk to you all about, right? But to intro about what Roblox is, maybe let's first roll a video. This is our founder and CEO, Dave Baszucki.
Our vision, to reimagine how we come together. Because we believe when we're together, we find even deeper connections. To power our vision, we built an environment that fuels innovation. We run Roblox in a way that accelerates imaginative thinking, and we do it at scale with values that support autonomy, responsibility, and continuous personal growth. It's within this environment that we've built our immersive platform for connection and communication. A platform where creators and developers are building experiences that bring us together. To create, to learn, to play, to work, or to just be. Here, no one is a part, everyone plays a part. Every day, we're connecting millions of people with optimism and civility. We see a future not too far away where billions of us are connecting in ever more authentic ways. Together with the Roblox community, we have the power to strengthen our social fabric and support economic growth for people around the world.
And that's the Roblox, right? So at its core, Roblox is really about connecting users or players with content creators in a 3D immersive environment, right? So from this perspective, really it is no different than another content platform such as TikTok or YouTube, right? The only difference is that the content format on our platform is a 3D immersive environment. And because it's 3D and because it's immersive, it is by definition more user-friendly and more expressive and more immersive, right? And so just to show you some numbers, in Q2 2023, our average DAU in a day is 65.5 million users, right? Overall, these users engage 14 billion hours throughout Q2. Now, if you divide the second number by the first one and divide by 90 days in a quarter, you'll see each user on average spend about 2.3 hours on our platform every day. That's a huge number. And that shows how immersive and how engaging this platform is. At the same time, we have a content economy where our creators can benefit from this environment. And during Q2, $165.8 million are dispersed to our creators. Next slide. So we're able to produce this environment to our users through a universal app, meaning that it's available throughout all these different platforms, and it has features such as customized avatars, spatial voice, etc., which I will be delving into later on. Next slide. As I talked about before, right, we are a environment where our players, our creators are coming together. So on the player side, they can social with their friends. On the creator side, it's super important for them to have a way to express themselves with their contents. Okay, so here are some numbers. For a lively ecosystem, we believe it's most important for us to keep some key metrics. Number one being how many new experiences are getting created on a daily basis. On YouTube, you will see new videos every day. On here, you will see about 15,000 new games or experiences getting created on a daily basis. Not only that, the top ones are also refreshing. Meaning that, for example, in 2022, of the top 150 top experiences, 100 of them are created new ones that are currently getting engaged on the platform. So it shows how lively that ecosystem is. And again, the earnings by the creators are super important. On the creator side, we also have a huge creator economy. 4.5 million creators earned money on this platform in 2023, by March of 2023. And throughout 2021 and 2022, they made together $1.1 billion. Okay. But the money is only one thing. The money has to come from somewhere, has to be supported by something. And specifically, this is the studio that we think is our barrier to entry into this platform. So when I joined 3 years ago, I thought, hey, China is so good at innovating. Roblox is a US company that's 20 years old. I'm sure in 3 years, there's going to be a Chinese competitor. And we better move very fast, right? 3 years now, it has been, we survey the horizon, and we just don't see any competitors in this space as of now. The really good ones are still really, really far behind in terms of their game engine and their economy, their community, and their studio. That we believe, again, this is our barrier to entry. So here, from graphic UI to free game servers, multiplayer, there are a lot of game engines in the platform, in the industry, right? From Unity to Unreal. But from a 3D UGC perspective, we believe we have a leg up in this game. Okay, so here is another example of our innovative technology. Can we roll the next video, please? So here we have a studio feature where the user, the creator, is trying to upload a particular experience. Can we try to click the image? It's a video. Now, can we go back and try to click on the image? Okay, maybe this isn't working. But here, what I wanted to show, if you see the video, the creator is basically recording a video of him doing breakdancing, okay? And that video is uploaded onto Studio, and like immediately, automatically, a image or a GIF of this particular avatar doing the same breakdancing in the avatar form is shown, right? So basically, this allows us allows the creators to innovate really fast in how to get their content to express in ways that are very difficult to do traditionally. And again, this is our barrier to entry. Next slide, please. So when we when people talk about Roblox, a lot of times people just think it's a game, or at most a game platform for kids, right? But really, we have creators who are really good at creating games, but we also have creators who are good at creating virtual concerts, we have them good at creating educational apps, and we have them good at creating other experiences such as branding services as well. So really, we see us as a 3D immersive platform that can encompass everything, not just a game. Next slide, please. So here's another example. This is supposed to be a video as well. It's a user, a player here is trying to walk around in an environment. And in this environment, he will hear other players speaking in their own right? However, unlike normal games, where you have one channel, right? If you go on Discord, there's one channel. Everyone talks. Whoever talks first gets their video voices shown. In here, it actually depends on your 3D immersive location that certain voices gets fed to your channel versus others, right? So if you work towards a group of people who are currently gathered at a place, that voice will be fed into your audio streams. And if you walk away, then that audio will go away. So this is the kind of innovative technology we believe is really needed in order for this 3D immersive platform or environment to survive and thrive. Next slide. So because of these technologies, we're able to do specific branding partnerships with each of these and much, much more, right? So you can see in 2019, we had 10 plus partners, 90 NFL among them. In 2022, we already had 90 plus partners. And these partners go onto our platform because they feel like this 3D immersive environment is a better way to express their content. Now, to grow this in China is not easy because currently, today, we do not have a live player app in China. We do not have a live player app because the regulations in China is different from the rest of the world, right? You need a gaming license, the technology platform is different. We need to be using Tencent Cloud instead of building our own infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So we're working towards launch. At the same time, we're still building a ecosystem or community of developers on our platform. So these are just some of the events that we're running through. So these are, national awards, game jams, workshop, trying to get either students, or small studios onto our platform so they can find ways to express themselves. And here is another example. I'm not sure if this video is going to run. Maybe not. It's okay. In that video, what I wanted to show is that we did a game jam, and in 48 hours, all these kids, like from college students to some small studios of 3 or 4, group of 3 to 4, are able to build full experiences that are playable, that are immersive, across all different game genres, from racing to fighting to first-person shooters, for RPG, et cetera, right? So that just shows how engaged that platform is. And I just want to call out a particular example. Can we go to the next slide? On the bottom right there, this is a game that's developed by a team in Shanghai. There are 5 people, and they started out not knowing much about Roblox, but thought they wanted to try. So they did, and they built something that was very from the Chinese culture. So no one thought this is really gonna grow and really gonna be successful. And they really wanted to test it for testing purposes. But it turns out this became a hugely popular game, and millions of players came in to play on a monthly basis. And they're able to make millions of RMB on a monthly basis just from this experience alone. Right? So that team has recently grown from 5 to 10 people. It's still a very, very small studio by any standard, but they're able to find ways to express themselves, and that's the power of the platform. So lastly, what I wanted to say is that I talked to a lot of innovators and entrepreneurs here in Hong Kong, feel like there's a lot of ways where we can engage, where we can partner, we can collaborate to build metaverse together, either in ways such as these guys are doing, or through other ways such as branding, etc. So I'm really looking forward to working with everyone, not just in Hong Kong, in the Great Barrier, to see how we can collaborate and grow metaverse further. And I really feel like even though capitulation happened, the future is really bright, and we're here to move forward. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zhou. That was really interesting, and it's good to know that Roblox is not just for kids. They do a lot of different things. That was fascinating. Thank you. We are going to go into a fireside fireside chat next, and I'm going to welcome Akina and her guest, Mr. Alex Zhu, CEO of Metaverse, it's a long name, and former CEO of Leu Technologies. Akina and I know each other. It's not the first time we've shared a stage. We have to stop meeting like this, Akina. She is a co-founder and APAC lead ambassador for All Stars Women DAO. She's a board advisor for Beat AC, and she's the former head of digital transformation of Great Eagle Holdings. So she's a woman of many titles and many talents. I will leave you to take this fireside chat, Akina. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Hi, everybody. Thank you for staying for our session. So you heard about me, so I'm going to let Alex introduce him. He's a man of games, so it's perfect that we're right after Roblox, because he's been in the decade for 3 decades, right? Developing game and sold for Tencent his most recent game for 1.3 billion. Am I correct? Right. Okay, cool. Alex, please introduce yourself, and we can start from there.
Hello, Akina. Very, very much honored to be here. And yeah, I've been working in the gaming industry for a very long time. Started in 1994 when I was at Tsinghua University, grade 3, when I was a student. At that time, there was no Windows, no video accelerated cards. We have to program on DOS using assembly language. So I was a programmer at start. I tried to design game myself, but at last I found my expertise maybe lies in the organizing people or organizing money to be able to make things happen. So I spent 7 years doing a lot of entrepreneurs, startups. I set up
Is it mainly in China, all your startups?
In mainland China. I was the very first game developer in mainland China. And I set up the very first indie game studio in mainland China. I wrote the very first 3D engine for mainland China and the very first 3D game as well. I spent 7 years doing a lot of entrepreneurship, but all failed. Right. So I wrote a blog said how to all the ways to die in gaming entrepreneurship. Right. And that article got famous, not me.
All right.
Yeah, and after that, I restarted thinking maybe I'm better working in the bigger company, help the big company arrange their assets, have theirs, help their think about their strategies, versus I do startup myself. So I joined big listed companies. Sohu, Real Networks, EA, Giant, Perfect World, Qihoo 360.
But how did you get back into the gaming world?
Yeah, I
know you have a very unique way of building the game that you just recently sold, right? It was only in 3 years.
Yeah, in fact, I have been using the entrepreneur mindset when I was working in the big listed companies. So I always do new business within the big company and trying to drive new things happen, trying to think more strategically, several steps ahead of the whole market. So I've made some successful cases in the big listed companies, and I learned a lot because I have a big vision. I have a lot of
so you know how to play the game then, how to get the company sold in 3 years for 1.3 billion. I think not a lot of people can claim that, that they can do that.
And at last, when I run my own company, I know how to lead the company to the next level because I know how to run a listed company already. So I made more deals in my last company called Leu, listed in Hong Kong. So I bought a game studio from Canada and a game studio from UK, and invested in a game studio in US, and altogether more than 800 people, foreigners, and making PC console games, not mobile games. Right. And another 300 people in China, So all add up together, we sold to Tencent at around 1.4 billion US.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's amazing. How many of you guys are here are in gaming world, or invest in games? Okay. Okay. Amazing. Okay. So I think a lot of people are interested to find out from you. Now Web3 game is such a big thing. I know you have a big, difference in opinion how Web3 games versus Web2 games, which you kind of been in for the past 3 decades. What are some of the differences that you see and that you're skeptical about?
Yeah, I spent almost all my life working in the traditional gaming world. Even a lot of people are making a lot of mobile games, but I'm still sticking in the traditional AAA console PC games because I firmly believe that games, the core spirit of a game should be providing fun. The core fun for games to be, better fun, you should be making players more immersive. So bigger screens provide more immersive environments. So AAA games is always on the top of all kinds of games. Maybe too traditional. I spent some time analyzing Web3, cryptocurrency, and Web3 games, and I thought maybe the core concept was super great to involve the players, to get the players paid by their involvement, not only the money they spend, but also the time they spend in the game. Right?
Engagement part of the reward in Web3 games, right?
A splendid, a great idea, and through a way of the blockchain technology, you can make sure everybody they can be extremely accurate, calculate how much contribution they made for the game, and to automatically pay them for their contribution.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's great.
Okay.
But the problem is, more of those current Web3 games, they focus too much on players can earn money instead of having fun in those games. Right. They forgot about the, first principle, right? The first principle still have to focus on fun itself. Right. And the earn money thing is a side effect.
Right. I guess that's why we haven't seen a very successful blockchain game that can attract real user, right? Because we have looked at many platforms that's claimed to be a Web3 game, but they either fall because there's a Ponzi scheme, or they fall because no one actually goes there, except for the developer and the people who bought lands in the game, right? So how do you see them fixing that problem with, going forward?
I think we should stop promoting only on the money earned part for Web3 games, right? Now I see 99.9% of Web3 games, when they promote their game, the only promotion wording is you can earn money.
Yes.
You can imagine what kind of players you attract to come to play your game. Right. The only people they want to earn money, no, not for fun.
Well, that's why some games, if it's focused on money, when the money's not there, they all leave the game.
Yeah.
Right? So we can name a few.
And a lot of other promotions will say, hey, you'll be benefited by playing this game, and the game publisher will give you money for that. But what will the game publisher think? What will the game investor think? You're splitting my money to them. I will spend less money, invest into the game development for the core fun.
Well, that's
right?
where the dilemma is in building games in the Web2 and the Web3 space, is that in the Web3 game world, the concept is that a shared economy, meaning that players who are creating the content of the game, building heroes, building powerful sword or race cars, should get part of the money back, because all that time they dedicated to the game. So that's the concept of the Web3 world, and they're trying to advocate for that. And then I know you mentioned like investor would be less likely to invest in Web3 game because they make less money. I guess that would be a different take because the investor who invests in Web3 games believe in that concept, that a user should get benefit from playing games in terms of money or tokens, right? Or some kind of rewards. So investor who doesn't believe in that will not invest in Web3 games. It's just like there are investors who invest in nonprofit organization versus those who invest in profit organizations. So you draw different investors, right?
Yeah, I think another time, first principle thinking. All the money is paid by the players, right? But how to distribute those money, right? Some of the money go back to the players. That's a good idea, but you should think which part of the money you are eliminating from the intermediaries, right? Who should be eliminated? Not the profit of the investors.
Not eliminating, I think it's more like you get less now.
Yeah,
right? You get less.
Somebody should get less paid because 100% paid by the players, usually 100% paid in the whole ecosystem without the players. Now you cut a percentage to the players. Somebody must get less, right?
Right, yeah.
Who you are taking out from,
the platform,
it shouldn't be the
investor.
developers. Because developers should be incentivized to develop better game, right?
Well, see?
Shouldn't be the investors because the investor want profit, so they invest money. If they have no profit, they don't invest money. So who should be get all the money?
I think that's where
intermediaries.
Yeah, right.
Intermediaries.
Yes.
That's the way.
Yeah, I think that's where the concept differs in building Web 2 games and Web 3 games. The ecosystem, the people who's building Web 3 games have the concept that I don't mind making less as long as my community or my players get some of it back to continue to sponsor and support the game. So it is a very different concept from what it was before in the game. Like if you compare to the gaming history, console game was the one. You buy those little game at home and you play. Then they moved to mobile phone, which freemium model came up, and a lot of AAA game developers were against, and companies too, because it destroy and disrupt their whole business model. So I see it actually as an evolution. Right now, from a console game owned by a few to a freemium model on the mobile devices that anyone can play for free. Of course, they learn if your game is great, you earn your money back. Because I'm a gamer, I play, I like the Roblox sample, on average 2.5 to 3 hours a day. And I contribute a lot to that pool, monetary-wise. So I think the next iteration of the gaming world is that we get some of it back, right? And we can sell our assets. Like I have my God, over 100 heroes. Anybody want to buy some from me? I would love to sell some of my heroes that I'm not using, that I built 5 years of, and get some money back. I mean, that's the concept in Web3 that allows you to do that. That's why decentralization and building on the blockchain is important. But you are right. It is not ready. It's relatively new. I have not seen or played a game on blockchain that is fun.
Do you know there are some Web2 games also paying money to the players?
Okay, which
Roblox
one?
doing that.
Yeah.
And we have Westward Journeys game from NetEase. They have been doing that for more than 2 decades. So even centralize the system running by the game publisher itself, they can do this as well. They can do that already. All the free-to-play games, they do this. Because why those players can play free? Because those paying users are paying for them. Right? So I think this whole system is already running there. So how to leverage blockchain technology to push forward that? That's the key problem we should think over.
No, that is correct. And then I can't wait where the blockchain technology, if anyone is working on games and blockchain, to make it so user-friendly, like people like me, I'm not technical, that I know how to manage my account, grab my asset, sell it somewhere else, make money out of it, or continue to contribute to it, right? That is something that is not seen, but I think the vision for a lot of gamers who want to build open metaverse or open gaming platforms, that's what they're trying to build. But I think it's a long way out because it costs a lot of money to get individual gamers or developers to open up the platform. and have an interrupt with other games. And I think conceptually it's very hard. If I'm a race car gaming platform, and you're like a sword fighting, I don't know how my car will survive in your sword fighting world, right? They have to solve these kind of logic that I think will be a big issue.
Yeah, that's another myth. A lot of Web3 gaming companies are trying to promote that one item you're using in game A, you can take it to your game B, right?
Right,
that's something, not easy to sell.
Yeah.
Because you spend a lot of time immersively living in this metaverse, in this game A. That makes your item valuable. But you suddenly go into another game B, nothing here. You have to understand what is valuable here, not that item. If you sell that item, you leave that world, you can buy some valuable things here, but you're leaving that game. That kind of promotion is asking you to live something you love.
Okay, right. So
it's strange.
No, okay. I think this is what they're trying to do when they build interoperability between games, is merging of IPs. You know how we have Bored Ape and Tiffany selling jewelries, right? So they're trying to do the same concept but from a gaming world. What if we put, Roblox, some of the games into Fortnite and vice versa? And or we putting some other IPs of games, into Empire and Puzzles, right? Into a race car. But you're right. They have to build that interop from a technical perspective and also from a gaming design perspective. So I think that's what they're trying to merging of IPs. IP is so important, not just in the luxury brand world, but also in the gaming world, and especially in the metaverse and NFT worlds, right? Where Web3 it's advocating for that.
Yeah, my new company, Multi Metaverse, is solely focused on IP operations because I know the AI era is coming. Everybody is talking about AI. Right. What is going to be the biggest game changer when AI comes to the gaming world? The development costs will greatly reduce. Right. We have 6 major types of entertainment in this world. Movies, TV plays, gamings, comics, animations, and novels. Right. But only novels is the only kind of entertainment way, but people can do it by one person without any investment, without any company. You hire yourself at home, you can finish the whole thing. That's the only thing. Right. All the other 5, you have to reach to fund. You have to organize people, run a company, right? So AI will change this. All these 5 will go gradually move to this side. Mm-hmm. So you can do that like writing a novel at home, right? You open your tab and AI floating out.
Are you using AI to develop games in your new platform
Not
now?
yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But you are looking into it.
The era will come. But what will happen after that? I told you I always like to think several steps further. Right. What will happen? That will be greatly reduce the cost and way more people will develop high quality game for the market. So now every year you have less than 50 AAA games coming out, but in the future maybe every day you have more than 100. So what will happen then? So the players won't able to easily find what is the best game they want to play. So the intermediaries will take all the money because you want people to know you have to pay more for promotion.
So you have to be on platform like
How to solve that
Apple,
problem?
or Roblox, right? To launch your games.
What is the solution for that? Right. IP. Why? Because people know your IP, they will search for you. They don't require an advertisement. They know the IP, they search the IP, and they find you directly. You're saving your promotion costs.
But then building IP takes time and also building a community.
Yes, of course.
To build up the value of your IP.
That's where the value come from.
Yeah.
So I do acquisitions.
Right.
I only buy those IPs already popular.
Oh, okay.
Not only, but I mainly buy the already popular IPs.
Right.
I do a small portion
try to bet for new ones.
Right.
But that's too hard. That's
Is it too hard,
extremely
really?
hard.
Not even if it's great game or good
Extremely
tech.
hard. You're
Right.
engraving something into people's brain.
Right.
That's extremely hard.
But you think that how long would it take for Web3 games to be popular? With the AI now assisting and pushing this, okay? And how long do you think it will be when all of us will start playing games that are blockchain based, that
They
are
can
great?
be, you know, they can be very fast or they can be very slow. As long as people know they should provide fun as the first
Fundamental.
most important thing. You know, they invest 99.9 of their energy and money and time, everything into the fun part, and the business model will come out automatically.
Awesome. Okay, great. Thank you so much for everybody. Hope you guys enjoy that.
Okay.
Thank you for Jumpstart for putting this together with Invest Hong Kong at the Start Me Up Festival. Hope to see you guys around next
Okay.
time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Akina, thank you. Alex, did you feel the heat? That was some fireside chat. And I like the last parting words that first, you have to have fun with it, 99%. Welcome to a new group of school kids here. Hi, kids. Hope you're enjoying this and learning a lot. I think that you are at the peak time to learn all about this new technology. Well, next we're going to switch back to a panel. And we are going to take a deep dive into AI. AI has popped up a few times already today, but this panel is going to take us really into the exploration of how it's going to impact various industries, and they come from different industries. And for those who've just joined us, I am your MC, Christina Panton. I'm glad some of you have stuck with us all day, and some of you have just come in after lunch. Our very capable moderator is Donna Nguyen Phuc. She's the managing partner of Spark Capital. Calvin Cheng is the founder and CEO of Wizpresso. And Miles Wen, the founder and CEO of Fano Labs. And Joshua Hong, co-founder and chief strategy officer of Mind AI. Donna, I'm going to let you drive the bus, drive us into AI here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jumpstart, for putting us together. I have to say I had a quick chat with these gentlemen before we started the panel, and I was literally mind blown by how smart and how intelligent you are. And I feel like after this, I should take you guys out, give you a lot of tequila shots so you share with me the secret of your success. So AI. It's a buzzword that's been mentioned a lot in the past 12, 18 months especially. AI makes some people comfortable, but makes some people very uncomfortable. It's because of the unknown and where it goes in the future. Because AI is helpful to some, very useful, but to some others it's the invasion of privacy and many others unknown factors about AI. So can you share with us about what you do and why you developed the interest in AI and how your business is built around that?
Sure. My name is Calvin Cheng. I'm the founder and CEO of Wizpresso. We don't sell coffee. Basically, Wizpresso represents wisdom as condensed as an espresso. So I came from an investment banking background. My company builds AI technology for financial markets. We've been around for 6 years now. And essentially, we build technology around how we structure data better, because most of the data that we see today and useful data like websites, images, we have voice expert here, they're all unstructured data. So essentially we build AI technology to help better utilize these data, and we apply that to different workflows, from providing market intelligence to streamlining investor relations, as well as disclosure workflows and knowledge management as well. So very pleased to be here today.
Hey everyone, I'm Miles. I'm the founder and CEO of Fano Labs, and I'm also an adjunct assistant professor at Hong Kong University. So I take two roles. My full-time job is running the company, part-time job is teaching at a university. What we do is, over the past decade or so, my research lab and also me myself have been working on developing AI technologies, especially different kind of models to process human voices and sounds. So basically, we take an audio, like whatever format you're going to give us. We get a machine to analyze the audio. We tell you inside the audio how many different speakers are there. Are there anyone are known speakers, like anybody that we know? At what time did they speak? What is the speaking speed? What is the tonal changes? What are the pitch changes? What is the language being used by the person? And then are there any overlaps? If 2 to 3 people talk at the same time, can we recover the voices from the mixture of the sound signal? And then after that, we identify the language being spoken, the contents being spoken, what do they mean by saying that? And then sometimes we also do discovery, like did anybody mention anything in particular that we might be interested in? And also sometimes we construct a persona of the person from the voice. Like this is an older gentleman, is from different kind of with a very specific accent, and he's speaking like 3 to 4 languages among the different data sets as we can see. And now we turn off everything we have into different kind of business insights. Nowadays, we mostly help large financial institutes to analyze their trading floor recordings, their sales recordings, and then sometimes we also analyze their control room recordings and different kind of stuff to identify potential frauds, misconduct, manipulations, or anything that's not really appropriate, not appropriate or not permitted by the regulators. And we also, on the other hand, we also work with the many law enforcement regulators, and we help them analyze to conduct investigations if needed to solve crimes. And nowadays, many of the frauds, fraud is actually a big topic in town nowadays, and pretty much in Asia and everywhere in the planet. Nowadays, most of the fraudsters, whenever there's an investigation happening, there are very few physical evidence that we see before. Most of the evidence are forensics. But forensic, we're talking about recording. Sometimes the recordings, like you have a phone call from someone that claims to be your parents, but it's actually not. But this thing going to the common law system means that somebody has to validate that this audio really belongs to the person. And most of the time, the fraudsters, the criminals, they will deny being the voice owner. That's also where our technology coming through. We also serve as the expert tools, as the forensic tools, to testify on the court that this one is in the prosecution process. This voice belongs to that criminal, this person, and this particular evidence the prosecutor has indeed indicates that it's that person. So this evidence will stand in court to become admissible evidence. So that's what we do, and we've been running the company for technology-wise, we've been doing this for more than a decade. I started running the company since about 7 years ago as a spin-off from a research lab from the university. We currently employ about close to 100 people in Hong Kong, Singapore, and mainland China.
And you, Joshua?
Hello, I'm Joshua Hong. I am co-founder and chief strategy officer for Mind AI. We're based in South Korea. So I've started as a tech entrepreneur maybe about 15 years ago, had a few success. And my last startup was actually in telemedicine. And we wanted to build essentially an artificial intelligence-based AI doctor with IBM Watson. That was about 6 years ago. And as we were working with IBM Watson back in the US, we realized that the whole system actually did not work. They made a lot of claims, but when you try to build real mission-critical application, their system was very clunky, it was heavy, it required a lot of data, supercomputers, and we ultimately didn't make it because of IBM Watson. So we decided to create our own AI system that's largely based on symbolic reasoning engine. That means we use natural language as a basis to build our very light algorithm. It doesn't require a lot of data, and it's fully transparent. That is one distinction that we are very different from other deep learning and machine learning based systems out there. So today, we are actually building a system that's very complementary to ChatGPT or generative AIs out there. If you use ChatGPT or generative AI, they're not accurate. They usually make things up. Often they hallucinate, they lie. They're very creative. It's just that if you try to apply it in a very mission-critical enterprise-level system, it's not reliable. So you need a very different paradigm to supplement, if not augment these LLMs. We come in to provide that last 18 to 20% accuracy to ChatGPT. And we've been very successful last couple of years. And we're working with the very large conglomerates in South Korea. We have offices in Korea, Thailand, Saudi Arabia, India, and also Vietnam.
Thank you. So your company's been around for quite some time, right? So how AI makes a difference in the business and the services that you provided in terms of risk assessments and strategies with the information that you provide to the clients?
Sure. I think the main benefits of AI comes in many different folds. It can improve data coverage, it can streamline workflows, it can also improve the way you assess information. So from a risk management perspective, we have many different use cases, one of which is on verification. Essentially, verification is a process where if you're a listed company, you have to disclose information all the time. Verification makes sure the information that you disclose is factual and not misrepresenting. So we've developed a technology where it's now helping more than half of the law firms here in Hong Kong to verify listed company information like prospectus. So when you've drafted a prospectus, you can upload it, and in less than 10 minutes, we can tell you what statements are material that needs to be verified, what are facts, what are opinions. And if you have already collected the supporting document, we will actually check it for you automatically. So it's functioning like a data room, but doing automatic audits and checks. From an investment management perspective, it's a similar but different use case. So we help the Hang Seng Index in creating thematic index. We also help a lot of asset managers to basically find relevant companies based on their metadata. So using natural language processing, we can find, for example, companies related to electric vehicles or hydrogen, depending what type of themes you want to invest in. So we're looking at a much broader base of data to make decisions. But when you drill down deeper, we also help hedge funds to basically provide alternative data and unstructured information for them to trade on. For example, looking at not only sentiment, so whether certain words are or passages are positive or negative, but we also look at more domain-specific things like ESG performance. We look at how companies are related to other companies when it comes to certain themes. So all these information can be fed into a factor-based model to improve your returns or align with an investment strategy.
All right, thank you. And Miles, in your case, I remember when I watched the old movies, right? So when they want to analyze the sound, they have to tune this in, tune this out, and then, kill the noises, or like a bunch of alien enthusiasts, and they try to analyze the sound from outer space. And your firm has been around for 7, 8 years. So what's the difference between the beginning and now with the assistance of AI? Because 7 years ago, it can't be as easy as it is now, right?
Interestingly, I've been doing this AI technology since when I was a PhD student quite some years back. So I've been witnessing the entire ups and downs of the AI trend. It was always there's a trend going up, and everybody investing money. This is AI doesn't take over the world, and then it goes off. Nobody looks at AI, and it goes up again. People got so excited, and it goes down again. This is another time just goes really, really high. But I'm pretty sure you will go down very soon. It's always been like that over the past not 10 years. But over the past 50 years. Wow. So our company called Fennel Labs is not a random name. Fennel is actually, Professor Robert Fennel is my teacher's teacher's teacher. In the science field, everything is academic lineage. So technology was never invented by someone like our grandfathers, and then they have students, and a student have students, and then people gradually make it forward. So then Robert Fennel is actually where we came from. He's the inventor, the creator of actually the founder of MIT's Computer Science AI Laboratory. He was the reason why MIT has a computer science program. Before that, it was pure electrical engineering, not computer science. That's where we came from. AI technology has been there for over 6 decades, by the way, and it's just been making gradual changes. So for us, if we say comparing what we have right now, 7 years ago, actually not much difference. Most of the things you see right now, we already somehow have that in smaller scales about 5 or 6 years ago. It's just it was never brought to a kind of massive awareness of the media. It was never been in a scale that it's going to be, they can all of a sudden do so many things for you, and everybody can enjoy that. There's actually more about scalability on the commercial side instead of the core technology side. Even for ChatGPT, I sometimes joke with my colleagues who's doing research, is the idea of large language model, right? 5 years ago, you built a model that give you 1 billion parameters, maybe 100 million parameters. That's large. And right now, everybody's like, your large language model, you need to have 100 billion parameters. So the fundamental technology is the same, the transformer-based neural networks. And neural networks been invented before 4 decades ago. So our joke is, the only thing that changed is the definition of large changed. Fundamentally, it's the same stuff. So for us, actually, we're more of a, before I start a company, I'm a professor, so everything we talk about is really theoretic stuff. We don't really care how it's being used. So we have many very, very advanced technologies, but it's never going to be applicable in industry. When I run a company, I have to bear in mind that there's a practical side. I do not want to build for 10 years later. I want to build for right now. I want to build something that people can pay for right now. That means we have to figure out the right parts. That means something we can ship with a reasonable accuracy and that can fulfill a specific business needs. And that needs can generate value to our clients and of course make sure we get paid. So comparing right now to 7 years ago, what's really changing is, honestly, most of the time it's really about because we are in the B2B like in space, we mostly work with the very large enterprises, multinational corps and governments. So what's changed now as compared with 7 years ago is all the C-levels, they will claim they use AI every day. So that means if we have a client, they want to do if some working level, our champions department head in the organization say, I want to do a project doing AI. 5 or 6 years ago, they filed a report to say, I'm going to spend $1 million US or 10 million US on an AI project. Good luck explaining to our board of directors. It's going to be very hard. Nowadays, you have an AI project, say, I'm going to do an AI project, you submit to a board of directors, the corporations, oh yeah, do it, we all use AI. That's what changed actually. It's make it easier for people to spend money because people are more aware of it, they're more accepted to it. But the way things work, it's still like, we're still trying to figure out how AI can plug in our life. And of course, nowadays, as AI become more prevalent and more easily accessible, I think there's actually one more skill that people have to really pick it up. It's really know how to use AI. It's like in the past, you can stay in your bunker and say, you know what, AI is far away from me. We do things in our way, but now it's everywhere. But it also means that if you, as an individual, if you don't know how to work with AI, you're probably going to lose your job, probably in 5 or 10 years.
I pause you there for 1 second. You mentioned that AI is going to go down again. The difference between AI now or back then is because back then it used mostly by enterprises or software development, but now it's gone, so it's more like a corporate level. Now it's gone to down to the consumer level. Everybody uses it in gaming. Students use it for their thesis and everything. So what makes you think it's going to go down again, given how widespread it is in our daily life?
Well, going down, I mean, it does not mean that the popularity going down.
Right.
I'm saying going down means the market hype. Right. The money people put in there, they invest in there, that will go down. The hype will be like gradually, because the thing about this, people's acceptance of technology is like, you will get used to it. When you get used to it, everybody should have it. Like think about back in the early 2000s, right, when Apple launched Siri. This is AI. That was actually one of the the first AI hype after 2000. And everyone was so excited about it, and sometime later say, yeah, whatever it is, right? And then, but the thing is, it's actually useful sometimes. You still use it sometimes, right? So I think that's really going down. It doesn't mean we're talking about not in terms of popularity, but in terms of like the amount of venture money pouring in there, and then the kind of a hardcore research money getting pumped in there. I think that will go down a little bit. But then that going down in terms of the popularity will be there. But it's just like people will treat it as a norm. It's like something that, yeah, it's a commodity, everybody will have it.
Right, thank you. And Joshua, you mentioned about transparency, right? So I think back then, if you generated a report, it's hard to track and trace back where the data source came from. But now because of AI, you can ensure the transparency, right? Because you can track back as you explained. So how will you show the tracing back in terms of the data transparency? You can reverse the order where the data came from. And how you explain that to the audience sitting in front of you, that they know the data integrity, because you have the proof to basically demonstrate the report you generated.
Yeah, so I mean, like today's AI, when people talk about AI, they're really talking about machine learning. What that means is that you put together a bunch of servers and you mimic the functioning of the brain, and then you run statistical algorithm to make certain conclusion out of it. And when you run this type of algorithm on a very large data sets, it is practically impossible to precisely stitch how the logical reasoning was performed inside the black box. That's just the way the machine learning or deep learning works. And that's why they need supercomputer. That's why they need lots of data sets. And this is another reason why I think that there's going to be a whole lot of legal issues in the next couple of years where we as humanity will have to deal with consequences of using system that cannot backtrace. So, and in order to backtrace, you need to put together kind of data sets that you can understand, or machine. So not only the machine can understand, but you could put together as, let's say, decision maker and look at it and how everything fit together. So for Mind AI, we decided not to go through the machine learning, but rather we went back to the original art of very first AI, that is symbolic reasoning, that is using the natural language as a data set. And when you do that, then you don't need a lot of data. And then when you put together these words into almost like a jigsaw puzzle system, and then when that data set is connected to algorithm and it performs a certain computation and reaches a conclusion, you could actually backtrace because it's not a lot of data set. It doesn't require a lot of supercomputers. So we're not saying that we're the best. We're saying that we are fulfilling certain needs in the marketplace that machine learning simply cannot perform. It's just impossible for machine learning to provide the exact reasoning. So I personally believe the AI landscape in the next maybe 10 years' time, I think in the next 10 years, we will reach a point of singularity where probably the AI system will start to perform way smarter than average human, or maybe all the human brain combined. That would be maybe year 2030, 2035. I think Dr. Ray Kurzweil predicted that maybe 20, 30 years ago. I think that time will come. And when that time comes, we will see many different types of AI system providing different type of services. And the one being machine learning and deep learning, another being more symbolic reasoning-based system like ours.
Thank you. So when it comes to technology, it's always technology happens first, the regulations and the laws to follow. So you see in the US, all the senators and everybody is screaming about, how to create regulations about AI, because right now it's like a wild, wild west. Everyone's running around using AI for all different kind of reasons, and it's definitely not regulated. So how do you see moving forward to the future? Because it's always that someone would use the tools for the wrong reasons, and that's why the law enforcement have to jump in and rescue the day. So in your sector, for example, financial sector, how do you see that happening around the regulations?
Well, let's delve into why people are worried about using AI in some highly regulated industry. For example, you need to have 3 basic requirements. It has to be explainable. The output of the AI has to be explainable. It has to be traceable. All right, and it also has to be reproducible. Okay, so I think right now we've overcome a lot of these challenges, but still there are different challenges when, for example, using GPT. Every time you ask a question, it may produce a different results. But there are still ways to come around it. For example, we can fine-tune the model to provide grounded answers. So making sure that when it generates an answer, it's telling you where it's coming from, and you can always reference back to the source materials. So there are always ways to solve it. But I think the expectations are also increasing rapidly. But I definitely think the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. For example, there are still a lot of, even in the regulatory space, a lot of work that has to be done to make sure, for example, let's say you're a global bank, operate in 200 countries. Right? Let's say one of the countries are changing one regulation. It will impact all your business processes all around the world. Right? Imagine how many documents you have to update. And now imagine monitoring 200 locations, all the regulatory updates. This is what AI can solve. So I think even in a highly regulatory workspace, we can reap a lot of benefits from AI.
All right, thank you. I personally love your company. Like, I don't know why I've never heard of it. Maybe because you never needed money, because you're doing so well. I'm one of those kind of paranoid person, as in because you know, so you become paranoid. So my phone camera is off, microphone is off, location is off, everything is off. But it doesn't mean that my privacy is protected at all. I'm sitting here, I don't know like how many cameras or how many can record my voice. It's your business. So how can a normal person, like a consumer, like an audience, a normal person, protect themselves from the invasion of AI? Because it's embedded everywhere in their daily life, right? I mean, you mentioned that your data has to be provided, but it's not the case for many other, circumstances and situations. So what can a person protect themselves from the AI?
That's a very good question. So as an AI practitioner, and we're also working very closely with regulators. Actually, we are the one who work with regulators, define different rules. In historical AI technology development and law evolution are completely separate courses. That's why it's always been like technology comes first, regulations 10, 20 years behind of it, and trying to sometimes go too far, sometimes go too slow. And so I'm a believer that we're at a point where technology development needs to also bear in mind that there is a legal aspect we have to consider. So, and then one thing we do, actually, first of all, for consumer protection, we do work with many law enforcement, particularly to protect consumers. Like how about we do educate, lots of educations, we also do lots of, advocates in terms of how people can, when people use AI technology, how they can better protect themselves. Let's say, for instance, there's one technology we do, and I also come across there are lots of people trying to do it, we can get a machine to mimic a voice. So we have a 5 seconds of our recording, but 10 seconds of recording, we can mimic our voice very closely. But the thing is, this technology can be regulated, and there's ways to do it. One way to do it is actually, it's very simple to add in watermarks every time you generate a synthetic voice that's mimicking you. And we actually open source a whole bunch of validators to say, do we have a watermark, do we have a watermark? But the next thing that's coming is actually, we're advocating the government, set up a policy, set up a law. Anybody use this technology, try to copy your voices, put a watermark in there. And then tell the public that if you hear somebody calling you, try to get a recording, try to validate a watermark, that know whether that's a real or human, or is that a robot. Those are things I think involves the combination of the help from the laws, the lawmakers, the law enforcement, and also lots of education on individuals. But more importantly, there's also many corporates, they need to be part of it. Many of our clients also are kind of the largest banks, but also largest telecom carriers. They also had a big role in preventing fraud, like especially frauds or crimes that are conducted using AI. So we're getting the entire ecosystem in place. And fundamentally, I think as a consumer, if you're not an AI professional, it's extremely hard for you to protect yourself against it. So it's actually society's job to make sure citizens are getting protected from these attacks.
So Joshua, I have a quick question for you. It's the other way around. How do you protect yourself from legal implications if one of your clients would come and sue you because of the data they think it's inaccurate because of the data source you use?
Right now, if you ask me, you're screwed. I mean, there's like individual liberty in cyberspace right now is completely violated. I think this is why guys like Elon Musk are saying, hey guys, stop for about next 6 months and let's really think about how we protect ourselves. Unless we take those kind of steps, I don't see much hope. It's really, really violent out there and it's going to get worse.
Thank you. I've learned so much about you guys. Thank you so much for your time and thank you, the audience, for being here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, panel. That was fascinating. It's nice to know that machines will not exactly take over the world tomorrow. They might pretty soon. Singularity is what we heard. But Miles thinks that maybe the hype is dying down, so maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. I see still lots of headlines on AI. Every time I look at my news feed, it's either AI or Taylor Swift. So those are the two most popular topics, I swear. Okay, we are switching now to talking about money again, because money does make the world go round, even in Web3. And we want to listen to this panel talk about monetizing Web3, how that happens. And it's being led by Scarlett Ho, who's the executive director of Hailstone Labs, Ryan Hay, co-founder of ICP.Hub Hong Kong, and Augustine Fan, partner and CFO of Signal Plus. Scarlett, over to you.
Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the panel today talking about a new business model in Web3. We've seen different farm and dump activities like failed business cases a lot in the Web3 space. So very happy today to have two guest speakers today to share a little bit more insights with us. Maybe you guys can go ahead with a little bit of self-introduction.
Sure. Hey, guys. Hey kids, phones up. Hey guys, so just a quick one. My name is Ryan. I've been a startup junkie all my life. In Hong Kong, I cut my teeth on OSL and Prenetics, and now with my co-founder Darren, we're running ICP's incubation hub in Hong Kong. Right, so what that means is for us, we want to bring in, I guess, Web3 protocols that actually solve real problems, rather than just, I guess, projects that fork another DeFi, I guess, protocol, another social file or GameFi, right? So I'd love to be on the panel. Augustine.
Thank you. My name is Augustine Fan, also a veteran in the financial markets. I've been in the markets for about 20 years, 10 years at Goldman Sachs, and another 10 years as a family office CIO. So what we do here at Signal Plus is actually very, very targeted, very, very defined. We effectively want to replace ourselves when we're investment banks by distilling our financial knowledge that we know, particularly on trading, and actually putting it on subscribable APIs, algorithms, platforms like a Bloomberg that you can use as a regular user in Web3. So our main product is a all-in-one dashboard, if you will, that you can load up right on your Chrome. No touching of your assets, no installations, nothing, where you effectively have sort of Goldman Sachs grades trading tools literally right on your dashboard sitting on top of current exchanges. For more advanced users, we actually have fully automated robots that you can fully customize, again, in a very Web3 way that you can subscribe and effectively replace teams of traders with, I would say, a much better performing robot for someone with 20 years in a bank. So effectively, what we're trying to do is really democratize the use of crypto assets or to interact with them through software tools and in a very open access way of doing things.
I'm sure as founders yourselves, like you guys have encountered a lot of different business models, right, in Web3. And what are some examples of like successful business models, and what are the factors that lead to it?
I think for me, when we've been in this Web3 space long enough, you start seeing ultimately what we see unsustainable kind of revenue and monetization models. And that ultimately goes back to one question, right? Does this product have a product market fit? And I think that the issue that we see right now was that initial growth spurt in blockchain development and protocols being deployed, it was, hey, we raised a ton of money doing the ICOs, now we just got to build, right? And sometimes you're not really building to innovation, right? You're kind of just building because you need to push out a product that kind of matches your white paper. So what we've kind of seen in the last 2-3 years is that you have this huge influx of products that came out that don't have a product market fit, right? And that monetization, which is obviously through a token, was based on speculation, right? So ultimately, like from the way we see things is that if you don't have a product with a product market fit and it's purely based on speculation, you're not bringing any positive cash flow on chain, right? So we either invent and cash flow on chain that has value, or we bring a Web 2 or a traditional, I guess, product cash flow on chain and tokenize it.
Thanks, Ryan. So for me, when I speak to some older folks or friends who are sort of not in Web3 or not in crypto, the way I try to speak to them is, if you think about Web 2 or Web 3, it's, being Web 3 doesn't automatically create a use case or revenue model actually changes things. It's just a frame of how you do business. Business at the end, you must be creating a product or a product value market fit, as Ryan mentioned. So what exactly is the benefit of a Web 3? I would kind of very oversimplify by saying two things. One is your own data custody. For people who actually care about owning your own data, there's value in that, so you will pay for it. For people who don't care, especially in developed markets where we have pretty good regulations and rules surrounding what our data rights are, it would just be access. The big thing about the big problem we have with Web 2 is basically not everybody has access to gateways into investments, into networks, opportunities, etc., which Web 3 is supposed to fix. So in addition to decentralization, you also have more kind of concepts of open access, where if there are ways for us to kind of break this unwanted gateway of people protecting their networks, information, to, for example, allow investors to invest in more products with the banks not passing through interest rates to you. If you're trying to kind of take your content you've created on YouTube to another social media channel, you should be able to do that. So it's really, especially in the, I guess the crypto 2.0, as I like to think about it, away from the technology, if you can create services which allow users to basically enjoy access to whatever goods and services they want, not necessarily just being focused on decentralization for the sake of it, that will probably lead to more traditional revenue models where people are happy to pay for that kind of value proposition.
Cool. Yeah. So the next question is more towards Ryan, especially on content creation, like social, that kind of thing. Because we've seen a lot of NFTs, digital assets, right, in different forms. Like how are these assets, right, digital assets, can help create more sustainable revenue stream?
Yeah. So, guys, just a quick show of hands. Who owns an NFT? Okay, we got 2, 3. Well, my apologies, so do I. We're not doing too well right now, again, on this market. It's a fair question because I kind of feel like going back to the first point, right? The assets, whether it is a token, whether it is an NFT, it's almost like what is the foundation of its value? And of course, we see this as like a ticket, right? As a ticket into this Web3 space. So then I think the biggest challenge, especially if you're talking to the general audience, and I assume most people don't have an NFT, are not on chain, is would I bother going through, opening up an account on, say, Binance, buying tokens, right? So it's like getting my HKD into USDT, exchanging that into ETH, opening a MetaMask, store my seed phrase, connect that MetaMask, move it onto Ethereum, go to OpenSea, and then go buy an asset. These are all the steps that, in a way, is a hindrance towards that adoption and giving that NFT or that token the real utility. And then at the end of the day, that's essentially your journey. What you're weighing up against is, well, hang on a second, I get this NFT or I get this token. What is a delta in the value I'm getting on chain versus just, for example, being on, I guess a private Web2 group, right? So a very good example is like, say, Friendtech, right? We heard of Friendtech lately, like it's all the buzz, we bought some keys. Okay, no one bought keys. Okay, well, that's all right. I bought keys. And that was kind of a nice social experiment, right? It was a social experiment as in, I come onto Friendtech, and it's like Discord alpha groups, right? Because once I own the key, I get to talk to some Twitter KOLs. Yes, that is a thing. Right? And they might share some alphas. Again, that is a thing for you guys. You'll learn that very soon. Right? And you feel like, I'm getting that experience or the knowledge I'm getting, if that's worth the journey to onboard onto Web3, buy tokens, connect to MetaMask, then the value is there and users will take the action to get on board. Right? But if the Web3 value is not there, then even having that NFT, having that token as a ticket, it doesn't really have much value.
Yeah, another thing is like we heard a lot about DAOs, right? Decentralized autonomous organizations, right? How does it play a role in creating revenue streams, or like how does it contribute to maybe like contributors or members of a certain community?
So I guess on DAOs, again, probably less about just generating revenues on its own. I see it probably more as a new way of governance, or more for the kids here. Just a more, perhaps an alternative to the corporate model for young kids to work. I think the main benefits of a DAO in terms of kind of progressive decentralization would be, I guess, 3 things. One is you have flexibility in your work schedules. Now, in modern days, people want it to their own times, own places. The DAO offers you that. Second is, I would say it's more meritocracy-based working. A lot of young kids might feel like, well, I don't want to work in a corporation. There's too many old folks sitting around. I'm doing things I don't want to do. I just want to kind of do very, very value-add-based, performance-based KPIs type on stuff I want to do. So from that perspective, I think DAOs are very well suited in the modern world where people are paying you for what you make or what you do, not so much paying you for your time anymore, because we have a lot of automated processes now that can just do things. So from that perspective, having smaller, nimble teams for people who actually want to sort of do what they're good at and actually want to be rewarded for what they're being done to do, I guess DAOs can have working groups type of structures, which is more conducive to that kind of working schedule. Plus, we're all in some way digital nomads now, where we can work from home, we can work from places. And sourcing talents is always hard now for startups. So you always need two things for startups, right? Money and talent. So money part we can discuss later, but the talent part, if you're able to borrow the time of a very good talents without fully committing them, because they can do 3 or 4 things at once, working groups of DAOs will allow you to sort of access the time of that person and being able to sort of reward them accordingly for the time they do you, in which they can then hopefully focus on building products that actually fit the target audience more. And lastly, there's some natural censorship resistance from having DAO, because you are sort of working in little more pod silos with a decentralized kind of executive board, if you will, that allows kids or young people with good ideas to really be able to sort of push ideas forward without having it being blocked out at middle management, which tends to happen a lot at normal corporations.
I'm going to take the skeptic view on this one. And I agree with what you're saying, because I kind of feel like, yes, it's almost like you go back to why is a DAO, or why is that community being created in the first place, right? So for example, if it's about getting talent, if it's about, I guess, helping the brand create a more product that is aligned to the user experience, I think absolutely. And I think ultimately that's where we want to be, right? But I feel like right now we're at the stage where we do see majority of the DAOs where, if you go into like say Snapshot, right? You see a lot of these DAOs, and the reason for them being kind of created is finding out how the community can monetize, a product's, revenue. So like a perfect example is like, say, Uniswap, right? And what they kind of passed the proposal was essentially they're going to charge an extra 15% for trading fees, from the user. But, that trading fee doesn't go towards the token, right? That trading fee goes to Uniswap Labs so they can do more R&D and develop a better product. Right, so it's almost like saying the purpose of that DAO is extremely important to align their interests with yours. And of course, when that proposal didn't pass, like every single person who voted for it, like they were pissed. So can I say that here? I can. Sorry guys, my apologies. They were angry because they're like, hang on a second, like if I can't attribute the revenue to the token, then what's the value of me holding this token? And that's where you realize like a lot of DAOs, a lot of decisions, they need boundaries. Right, like for example, can you attribute revenue to a token? You could, but that makes an STO. And that makes a whole new, like you said before, it's a whole new background in terms of what that token represents. It adds in elements like KYC, AML. So I think there's a lot that goes behind the scenes if the community is like created to monetize versus a community created to better improve the product and the user experience.
Right. Apart from the talent and community part of the whole business model, right? The product itself, we see a lot of like decentralized marketplace, right? P2P network. Like, how do you see? How do they revolutionize the way of monetization of goods and services so far?
I got to think about this one.
I'll go first on this one then. So effectively, again, just to kind of dumb it down, what is a marketplace? I mean, why does anyone ever access a marketplace? I think 2 main values of a marketplace would be, one, you have price discovery, right? You want to go to a place, you look at a price, you think it's a fair price, well, roughly a fair price as determined by the market. The other one is you can choose from a lot of different goods and services. So using the word I used before, access. So again, decentralization is good. It gives permissionless entry. So in theory, you have more people entering, providing both kind of buyers and sellers, assuming they feel safe about the custody of the marketplace. So I think from a Web3 blockchain crypto type of view, the custody part, the settlement part could be very useful for marketplaces in terms of you believing that your assets are safe there. But I would say probably for me the more interesting part is the fractionalization. People call it tokenization, which effectively is just fractionalization. Right now, in traditional world, we have a lot of issues with gating access based on you don't have enough money, you're not a PI, or you're not in a certain investment network. You're not able to perhaps purchase certain funds, certain assets, A, because simply you don't have enough money, or B, perhaps the assets aren't even on. So from the quote-unquote tokenization part, you're effectively just putting a real-world asset as a digital part The more interesting part to me is if you can sort of fractionalize it, which then now you can't create demand just from supply itself, but let's just assume that there are assets that a normal person wants to buy but they have no access to. The benefits of divisibility in digital assets and Web3 would allow these marketplaces to flourish because now people can enter. Oh, I want like a single unit. I don't like to use real estate as an example, but I don't think it's great. But perhaps whether it's a Pokemon card or whether it is, for example, even in a startup, perhaps crowdsourcing is very big. Kickstarter is a very big thing. They're basically doing the same stuff, but more in a traditional format. But if we can make something work in the Web3 digital space where people feel good about leaving your money on a blockchain or in some sort of a centralized but trusted network that gives you access and price discovery, certainty on assets you wouldn't otherwise have access to. I think that's kind of the marketplaces that young kids would be used to, as they get into the next generation.
I mean, I think you mentioned this Pokemon card idea, right? So I think ultimately, like just adding on to what Augustine's saying, it's going to lead to a more sustainable monetization model. And what I mean by that is let's take GameFi, for example, right? Was GameFi sustainable? No, right? Why? Because it's a play-to-earn model where essentially you're liquidating of tokens. Now, if you actually go back to the idea, let's say the true idea of, let's say, blockchain and GameFi is ownership of assets, right? And that asset is yours, and you can essentially put it onto the marketplace and price discovery, right? And that you earn revenue through, I guess, the gameplay, as opposed to say you earn a few tokens, which it's a negative value to this ecosystem. Like you let market forces determine the worth of the assets that you own, right? And essentially that asset that you created was based on how much contribution you put in the game and not based on how much value you're extracting from the game. So I kind of feel like it will lead to fairer price discovery and it will lead to a more sustainable economy because it takes away that element of, hey, let's get some tokens and get out of it, but let's actually create assets inside a game, inside a marketplace, inside a trading engine that actually increases in value based on the effort and the time you put in.
Yeah, I think going on to the last question to wrap it up a little bit, because you guys mentioned a lot on monetization, on-chain, transparency and everything, right? A lot about the data side, right? So just wondering what do you guys think about data privacy and ownership in the Web3 space, right? With all the revolution and with all the new revenue models, right? So it's a whole new space for us.
So it feels like a loaded question, right? It feels like a loaded question. You're kind of setting me up for a plug here, right? So this is my thoughts. I believe when we talked about the whole idea of data ownership and privacy, again, the way that the blockchain was created, yes, you're supposed to own your data. You're supposed to basically make decisions about how you can monetize that data. But if we take a step back, right, and we say, well, who really owns the data? The one thing we're going to realize a lot is when you look at the protocols online right now, they're not really hosted on nodes. Right, they're hosted on AWS, right, or they're hosted on Google or Microsoft, Azure. So in the sense, the data ownership and I guess the control is still not yours yet, right? When a blockchain is, I guess, scaled enough that there's enough nodes for them to own the data, and then you actually control that data access, an identity point. That's the point where I think we can truly say, I control my user behavior. I control who I want to advertise towards, and I control who says my data is valuable. So yes, ideally that's where we want to be, but realistically we're not there yet.
Yeah. So to add to what Ryan has said on the ownership part, I would add on authenticity. So if you look at the Hollywood Writers Guild strike from like a few months ago, so the big issue was the script writers are now basically getting to use. I don't want to use a screw, but basically losing their benefits from their creativity because Gen AI can now write better scripts, or their likeness can now be copied by Motion AI to basically replace their physical IP, so to speak. So, our legal system has very good rights on personal property, real estate, on general IP, but it's terrible on data. It's just a new thing that our legal systems have no ideas how to get started with. And since everything works out precedents in English law, it's going to take us decades, if not longer, for, I think, legal systems to catch up. But in the meantime, Gen AI, as discussed in an earlier panel, this stuff is just jumping by leaps and bounds. So in the meantime, we need a new social contract between creators in a creative economy. And again, I mentioned this before, people are now paying you for what you make, what you create, not so much for your time now in today's world, but these creators need a way for them to be properly awarded. I don't mean tokenomics, but just being recognized that you actually are the creator of these information before legal systems and legal rights can actually protect you, whether it's stored on AWS or not AWS. Just basically, does it actually belong to you? So I think some sort of a Web3 blockchain type of system where you can assign authenticity to actually creators basically is completely necessary, important for the future kids. And again, most importantly too is, for the younger generation who are going to be digital nomads, they're going to be working consulting jobs or advisory jobs wherever they are. They need a way to take their work, their CV, their work history, the way they get paid, not because they want to avoid taxes or anything, it's just basically they need a wallet or they need some sort of a credential to say like, look, I've done work for this, not everything could be on-chain, it's great if you can check your smart contract, what if it's not, what if it's just, I've done some normal work here, they need a digital credential and digital identity for these places to recognize people for the work they've done, which kind of ties back into data privacy and data authenticity. That will need to be created going forward.
Well, yeah. Thank you so much for sharing all the insights with us. I'm sure there's a whole new space for us to adapt, and especially like the regulatory aspect of it, data privacy and everything. We still have a lot to work on it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scarlett.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Goodbye, kids. Hope you guys learned something today. It's your generation that's going to see all this, right? All the Web3 monetization and other innovations. We are now switching gears again a bit. We are going to go for a keynote. And this is, we're into the home stretch, and actually some of the more important topics are here at the end. We saved some really good stuff toward the end as well. And it's all about startups, resilience, how do you maintain that kind of strength? I worked for a startup for 4 years, so I can tell you it was not easy. Many of you here know startups, so you know that too. So we're going to get some words of advice from Sean. And Sean is the founder of SJ Investments, and he's going to give us some highlights on what to look for and how to succeed in your journey as a startup. Sean.
Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Are you okay? Okay. Okay, just we start this. Today, I'm honored to be invited by Jumpstart to share my experience with my business. Many years ago, with some financial knowledge and a foolish college, I started my business. Under Taiwanese government incentive system to those startups, from a rookie to a survival today. In biotech industry, what's real make me work? What's helped me a lot working on my mindset over and over again. In the early days of my business, I already participate in many forums, and that's many investments and the successful investment they share their successful is invest the right person, not a right project. 10 years ago, I thought it's a percentage, and they will keep their secrets. They don't tell me. But 10 years later, I think that's very true and totally true. A saying goes, transfavor the prepared mind, where I believe what's more important is hanging here until opportunity comes. You've been prepared and get ready once you establish a legal company. However, you have to survive until the opportunity comes. A saying favors the prepared, but I think the most important thing is you can hang in here a long time until the opportunity comes is the most important thing, because your competitor will punch you and keep you a lot. You have to hang in this. Yes. Next. Running a new business, you are like a pioneer. The toughest thing is you are on the road. There's no one be here, and you have to run over things you yourself. You like the crossing in river, and you don't know the river how fast the flow, and how deep the road, and maybe you will slap and jog the dark side, and you never see any line and saw anything. But surprisingly, you will find the entry in the bottom, at the bottom of the water hole. So you have the alive until you find the hole. Partnership. The partnership is not only the co-founder or the old-timer. I feel partnership is more important in the outside partner. Some in my friend or some startup, they will find their outside partner, attorney and accountant by them recommended by their friends, but it's not totally. But I think that's not wrong. You have to spend more time to know the attorneys and the accountant, and pick up the right guy in your best team. In this adventure, your partner is the most important thing, because start a business model, you have many uncertain things. So you have confidence to pick your partner, and the partner will give you relief and the trust, and you have to trust each other. So I think the partnership is the most important thing. Okay. And the courage. I thought the courage can give you many energy to face your problem, but you have to completely understand the courage used to for what. You are not always to challenge the difficult things. You have to change your mind and change your way to find the best way to solution. So, when going get tough is getting going. So you have enough time to, you don't have enough time to try everything. So you must be reverse many things. Reverse thinking. So I think reverse thinking is very important when you are running a business or for a startup, because people always follow the rule. So if you want a new business, you have a reverse thinking, different rule or different business or different model and different products that you have. You just can have the opportunity to create a new business. So I thought reverse thinking is a path to find out the new opportunity. Next. And I thought the cost of if you don't start your business, you will have a boss and you will have salary every month. So you have the challenge to learn from mistake by yourself. If you are working on a business, you have a boss. The boss will take your responsibility, and you want to watch out, maintain cash flow. Versus if you are working on the stable company, you have a salary to every month. So I saw that's your cost. Yeah. Next. And I have additional tips to new startup. The first is you don't negotiate different investors and compete their offer. I think that's very stupid because you always didn't know the different investor, their opportunity costs, and choose the right shareholder is more important than your valuation in the early stage. When the C round or A round, I thought pick the right shareholder is more important things because you have make a lot of decision with the right person, and the right shareholder can give you the best solution and will support you to make many important decisions. So I thought when you are C round and A round, don't insist your valuation. Just pick up the right shareholder. It's more important things you are. Thank you for your listen. Yes.
Thank you, Sean. That was a very quick tour of what to think about as you're doing a startup and how to be successful at it. And we are actually going to continue that topic in the next and final discussion because there's so much to talk about in this topic. If you think about how we have spent our day together, we did ecosystem, we did marketing, we did Web3 and blockchain, deal making, AI, metaverse and gaming, Roblox, Web3 monetization, DAOs, NFTs, fractionalization or tokenization. I mean, it's a very long list. And some startups, I think, sort of need to know all that, but very importantly, they need to also have the right mindset and mentality to it. So this group of experts is going to take us through that very important part. I'm very pleased to have our moderator, Christine Deschamps, founder and CEO of Renewed Edge Hypnotherapy and Counseling Center, also the founder and CEO of UpNow Health, and the chair of Hong Kong Hypnotherapy Association. I didn't know there was one, but now I know. Yes. It's really interesting. Bertha Shum is the founder of Ethereal Studio. Kevin Chan is the sleep and functional medicine health coach. I think I need that, actually, the sleep part especially.
Let's talk afterwards.
Okay. Corporate trainer and high-performance life stylist. I definitely need a high-performance life stylist, for sure. Angela Feng, co-founder of Ness Wellness. I like that, the Ness Wellness. I like the echo of that. Christine, I'm going to leave this panel in your capable hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. I'm really happy to start this panel on mentality, startup mentality, and entrepreneurial spirit. So we know that for a startup, the DNA of the startup depends so much on the values of the founders. And there is so much energy put into creating the right values and sustaining this path. And I'm really happy today to welcome three distinguished speakers in the realm of mental health and wellness. So I'd like to start with one of the most pressing questions. And I'm going to, first of all, give you an opportunity to introduce yourself a bit more and explain to us what you've been doing.
Hi everyone, I'm Bertha. So I'm in the sustainability field. We specialize in something we call conscious curation. That's actually, in a very plain term, we create temporary events and structures in a very eco-friendly way, starting from the design and materials to production. And obviously, sometimes talking about sustainability is a little bit boring, so I add art into the element. We have a group of artists that work with us and using art as an element to communicate our messages.
Thank you. Kevin.
Hi everybody, my name is Calvin. I'm a sleep coach and a performance coach. So I work with corporate clients in delivering workshops about wellness. At the same time, I also talk to clients. A lot of these clients are professional, could be in startup space as well. And they have been to doctors, they have been to Chinese traditional medicine doctor as well, but they haven't been able to find a sustainable solutions to resolve the issue at hand. Usually it's related to the health. So that's when I come in and help them to become the, I would say, detective, to help them to figure out what seems to be the issue and resolve that.
Thanks. Angela?
Hi, my name is Angela. I'm the co-founder for Nus Wellness. So Nus is a community wellness marketplace that we help people to match to find their wellness coaches. And at the same time, we're focusing on not only B2B, but also B2C as well, to help people to find with their better wellness journey through our services, including like holistic health. We're talking about like mindfulness coaching, meditation, yoga, sound healing, career coaching, financial coaching. So anything that is related to holistic wellness, we're able to provide that kind of service for the individual or for the corporates as well.
Okay, great. For those of you who are entrepreneurs or know one, you know that the path to entrepreneurship can be exhilarating and yet demanding. So there's a question that I think everyone wants to hear your answers. What is the most crucial factor to ensure the survival of a startup? Who wants to start?
I want to say money. I once heard this entrepreneur told me that a lot of the startups, the only reason why they fail is because they are not persistent enough. So I'm sure all of us in the startup space have this experience where you think that maybe it's not worth it or the money part is not making sense. I would just say keep pushing forward and opportunities will come if you're really dedicated to what you're doing.
Dedication, persistent, great. Who wants to start next?
So I think as a founder, like it's definitely very hard on many situations that we face. But I think it's also you have to remind yourself what is the reason, what's your why? Why are you doing this? What's the problem you're trying to solve? And not just that, you have to be flexible, right? You have to continue to kind of work your way, finding different opportunities, be very open, and then manifest. Things will come.
I love the manifestation part, but kind of piggyback on that as well. I would say finding your why is very important, being persistent is very important, but from my perspective, I feel like you need to know about yourself, being more self-aware. And that helps you in many areas as well. One of it could be, do you know about your skill set? Maybe find someone that's complementing your skill set to start up your business. That's one important part. And another important part is like, are you working too hard already? Are you thinking? Are you not thinking? What is it? So that's the very important part, to know about your personal limit.
Okay, great. Persistence, resilience, knowing your why. Great. So now I'd like to talk more about what you implemented in your startups to help your team be better at managing their mental health. And I'd like to ask you this question, Angela.
So within our company, for us, I focus a lot on communication and creating the right culture. So for me, we don't really have a set role. We say that like we are goals driven. However, it's really about like telling the team to understand their value, to communicate right, and also to know how they're feeling. I think knowing how you feel, how are you today, and to co-create that kind of positive kind of co-working culture, it really helps for a lot of companies. That's also something that we're trying to offer for many corporates as well, to create a positive co-creation culture so that the employee also feel more engaged and also want to continue to work and be like happy and feel like, oh, I'm doing something that's meaningful and purposeful and to fulfill my why.
Yeah. Okay, great. Bertha, maybe just to piggyback on this passion for eco-friendly policies. What steps have you taken in your company in that direction?
What steps in the sense that how do I encourage my employees or how do I include them in my movement?
Well, let's start with the employees to have an inclusive workplace culture.
So for us, it's quite simple in the sense that I always keep an open mind. I always communicate with them kind of like what Angela is doing. Our team is very, very small. So we talk to each other about ideas and co-creating as well. And at the same time, a lot of the times I like to be in the loop. I think that's very important for a small business because anytime that you feel, or even if they voice out their struggle, you're there to help. And obviously, one more thing that I would add is really make it fun. Because when you make the environment really fun to work for, and they wouldn't naturally feel quite exclusive.
Great. Okay, making things fun. Now, Kevin, you have helped many individuals lead a fun life, just to build on what Bertha said, but still high-performing life. What's your secret there?
Well, a lot of the people that they focus a lot more on the mental side, and they do have their own coaches along the way. So I'm not going to duplicate that word. But it seems like a lot of the high performers, they've completely forgot about themselves. They would do a lot of things for other people, but they forgot about self-care. And I always tell them, okay, you got to focus on self-care. And when it comes to self-care, I just talk about 6 words. They have to remember that. Sleep, stress management, food, movement, relationship, and light, sunlight. That's it. Don't overthink about it. Every day you got to do some part of what we just talked about right now, those 6 things. And if you can fit in some gratitude, if that's aligned to you, great. If you cannot, at least talk to your friends. At least talk to your loved ones. Or maybe even play with your dogs. So that's actually what is important to bring out that oxytocin out. And I really want to bring out a lot of the conversations about neurotransmitter and hormone, because they dictate who we are. We think we know who we are until they come out and control us. So that's usually the problem, and I highlight that, and I want them to just do it, not just saying it.
Yes. Oxytocin, nice name. The love hormone, hug hormone.
Love hormone, yes, correct.
Good. So now let's dive into what companies, bigger companies, should do. And I'd love to start with Angela, because this is your segment, this is your target. What kind of guidance or insights have you gotten from your experience working with those companies?
So actually a lot of companies in Asia, they realize that it's important to do something with the team. So they have some kind of allowance and budget to do, like, I don't know, dinners, outings, karaoke. But however, sometimes it's not only just giving them allowance to go out to have fun, but how do you build a stronger team? Nowadays, the talent retention is getting worse and worse. How do you get new talent? How do you create a better working culture? So employment well-being and also overall the workforce environment become very important. So how do we do that? In order to do that, what we're doing, we're trying to solve a problem of creating a better well-being, a happier, I would say the happier working environment do help the company to have more engagement. So with our experience, we actually work with a lot of big corporates to design an assessment, the overall company well-being, to see where they are in the company, how are the employee feeling, what we can do to facilitate on the classes, the program and workshop to help to improve on different aspects of the well-being for the employee. Because before you go to the gym, you know there's the InBody machine, right? You do the measurement. You need to kind of know where you're at before you need to like kind of know, okay, where I'm gonna go, where's my goal? So same thing for well-being. You need to do some kind of self-assessment first to realize how is your employee doing? Are they burning out? Are they gonna quit soon? Are they feeling okay? So once you do that employee well-being assessment, then you'll be able to work on, okay, what are the different programs I can do to help the different employee or different teams to work better, to less de-stress them, to also handle better, or even better communicate, to manage, you know, across and manage up and down within the team. And that's very important. Otherwise, you get a lot of great talent, and everyone is burning out, and everyone just quit the company.
Yes.
And how are you going to deal with that to get the new talent, to get all the resources back?
Yes.
So to maintain that, I think that's important. So that's why we have our own system, a lot of reporting system, a lot of classes and programs that we offer systematically for the corporates in order for them to kind of measure and see where they are, which also tie into the ESG, the S part as well, for the social to taking care of the corporate well-being.
Thank you, thank you. Very interesting. There is a concept in the corporate world about Net Promoter Score, and I know that the top CEOs do pay attention to that, and that means retaining your talent. Good. Bertha, you have led many eco-educational workshops. So how do you think companies could still maintain work or manage better work responsibilities while prioritizing the mental well-being of their employees?
So I think that's actually a topic that a lot of them talk to us about as well, even though we focus on sustainability. Wellness, sustainability, and health are always tied together. So whenever I talk to these corporates, I realize the common problem is they don't really have a very good timeline for the work the employees are doing. A lot of the times, the senior management would dedicate the work and they just throw it at the staff and be like, hey, do it. But actually, as a management level person, you should be the one who give them guidelines and set the timeline for the work to at least give them a goal. So I would say that's step one. And the step two is actually take responsibility into asking questions and to listen to them, especially when we were hosting workshops. If we are just vomiting words out and telling them about eco-friendly facts, I don't think anyone would listen. And the same goes to companies. So if they listen to their problems or listen to their concerns when they're setting their tasks or working on projects, that will make a huge difference on the mental health of the employees. At least they feel supported. And I think one more thing is allow taking time off. I was in corporates before and I was actually not really penalized, but I was judged for wanting to take holidays when I feel really burnt out. And I would have problem working during the day because I was thinking, I just want to take holiday.
Yes.
So that's very important, I think.
Yes, thank you. And actually this point about taking time off, reset the batteries. Many people, employees and employers, think that sleep or rest is not a productive time. So for you, Kevin, what would be your answer and what advice would you give them?
Well, obviously, I would say a bit of a yes or no in some way. It's kind of odd for me to say that in that perspective. Sleep could be a waste of time if you don't know what you're doing in some way. Because most people actually think that, oh, I'm going to lie down, I'm going to fall asleep. Yes, you're lying down, you may be sleeping. I'm not 100% sure. So that's why a lot of the times when I talk to some of my clients, I would say, have you got a chance to get a wearable to check it out yourself, and how much time are you sleeping in the deep sleep or REM sleep stage? Because if you're lying there for 6.5 hours, and you're really getting about 30 minutes of deep sleep, I think we need to have a conversation on how to improve on that. And same as the REM sleep as well, because if you're not doing any of the stuff that you're supposed to get on that REM sleep and the deep sleep, you might as well just sleep 4 hours. That's just called a waste of time. From startup, I don't think we have a whole lot of time that we can waste. And also in the corporate, same, really. If you don't sleep enough, you can't think straight, you don't have good decision ability, and you actually have a memory loss. On top of that, you can't stay focused, and you might gain weight, and then you're going to get worse sleep the next night. So the cycle starts all over again. So it is important to get that piece right, and that's one of the things that when I say the 6 pillar, sleep is sort of like the number one, but I don't judge people based on how many hours that they sleep. I just need you to be on bed like a Michael Jordan when you go to sleep, okay? So when you say you sleep 6 hours, please show me that 1.5 hours on the deep, 1.5 hours on the REM. That's it. That's all I ask for.
Makes sense. Yeah. Everyone is different, and sleep has lots of phases which are paramount for our health. Recently, many people talk about aging as a disease, and we know sleep is a great way to limit that. Great, thank you. So now I'd like to dive into your own personal experiences, because you've gone that journey. So let's talk about having a co-founder. And Angela, this is a question for you. Would you advise people to get started on their own or to take a co-founder?
I actually strongly recommend if you are a startup founder, having a co-founder definitely help, right? Sometimes you feel kind of stuck at a certain stage. It's great to talk to someone, to discuss, right? To talk about like, oh, what are different things? And also it's like, for example, I feel like everyone have different strengths. For example, I'm much more a big picture, visionary type of person, a lot about focusing on strategy, right? And my business partner is the opposite. She focuses on the details and, you know, some of the operations, the design. So we have like different type of way of doing things, but we have the same goal. So we are trying to like meet together in the middle to go to the same goal together with our way of doing things, and we communicate, right? And within that, you gain a lot more inspiration, a lot of new idea, and also the resource between each other. Instead of like, sometimes you're stuck there, you don't know who you can talk to. Having those kind of like, even not only just when you're facing challenge, good conversation that encourage each other also are very helpful, right? So, oh, that's so great. We have hit our next milestone. We're doing a good job. You're encouraging each other to motivate each other. And you have a partner there when you're stuck and you're frustrated. You're here to accompany each other and then to kind of work things out. So I think having this business partner definitely do help. Yes, they are sometimes challenged, but I think it's about how do you overcome that and then have the great discussion to move forward. Yeah.
Thanks. Now, Kevin, how do you split your hours between being productive and maintaining good mental health? Because I guess you apply those 6 pillars. So tell us how you do that.
Well, I'm in startup, right? So there's no two ways about putting 80 hours a week. As a matter of fact, in most startups, if you don't put in 50 to 60 hours a week, it's kind of surprising anyway. So from my perspective, I always get my lifestyle in place. So the 6 things that I just talked about, I don't necessarily go out to the gym. I don't have a time to go into the gym for an hour. I don't have the luxury to go to the Pilates for another hour on that. I just have to streamline it. So I'm gonna get some running in, 15 minutes in the morning, get the sun, get the movement going, and then play with my dogs for a little bit, get some oxytocin going, and then go straight to the work. So that could be one of the many ways to get started. And as a matter of fact, I did mention that self-awareness is the #1 thing, and that's because I actually get burned out 3 times in the last 9 years. In the last 9 years, I burned out 3 times. And every time I push to the limit, oh, wait, I need to remind myself, I think I feel something a little off. So I had heart palpitation in the past, I had like semi-depression in the past, and I was like, oh, and it's good to have that next person next to you be able to tell you, wait, something is wrong, and you need to have that moment and step back and say, I need to be more aware of what I'm doing right now because it's impacting other people now. To be more aware, to be knowledgeable, and then to interact. Like, so you start acting out what are some of the things that you need to adjust. So that's very important. Now, I'm not saying that everybody need to go through that journey, but I think in the startup space, everybody go through that journey one way or the other. And so I'm not going to judge and say, you're going to have the work-life balance. What work-life balance? So test it out and see what works, and then find that balance, find that 6 pillars for yourself, hold on to that. That's how you can get started.
That sounds very much like what an entrepreneur does. Iteration, seeing what works, what's essential, what you can take out, what you can't negotiate out.
The testing is experimenting. It's all about experimenting.
Okay, thank you. Now, Bertha, I have a question for you. As you operate on the sustainability space, what was one of the toughest moments on this journey, and how did you solve it?
There's no one toughest moment. I think every single moment is solving problem for startups, as we all would agree. But I think one problem for me is, as a small company, we always get underestimated. And they always think maybe we don't have the talent or we don't have the ability to do big projects. So I always find myself convincing myself and them and our clients on whether or not we can do the job. And it's a chicken and egg thing that I find the most difficult is you might not have the big portfolio yet, but then you do have the ability, but then you have to convince your next big client to join the portfolio. So that's where I struggle the most. But I would say for any startup, a tip is if the client truly appreciate your talent and they would listen to you and would naturally know in your words and discussion that you have the ability, but do not sacrifice yourself into, for example, doing jobs completely free, being taken advantage of. Just stay sane while still trying to get the businesses. So that will be my take.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, indeed, knowing your worth and being persistent. Good. We had a presentation earlier by Sean about what it takes to be an entrepreneur. And I would like to ask each one of you, what do you think is the most important quality to develop for the startup future? So would you like to start, Bertha?
Okay. One. I'm going to stick to my original answer at the very beginning. You need to have the strength to have persistency, because that's literally all, like everything that I do, I would keep going and I don't give up.
Good.
So for me is, in addition to what I just said earlier, knowing yourself is being curious. You gotta be curious to figure out where is your limit. Are you willing to push it? Or maybe there's another way of pushing it by incorporating different type of diet, different type of exercise, and many different ways that you can find it to work. But you have to have that curiosity, that drive to get there. Because without the curiosity, without that drive, it's hard to succeed in anything. I mean, let alone in startup.
Okay, thank you.
So I think for a lot of entrepreneurs, I would say the key drive is, again, as I mentioned, you still have to know your why. Why are you doing this? And you need to have that internal drive and compass. It's like, okay, this is the why, and this is how I'm going to navigate. I'm going to follow my heart and just keep trying. And it's okay to fail, because every single experience that you gain from the things that you do is a learning experience. So don't be afraid to try, and just keep on doing, and remember your why.
Very nice. Thank you very much for this conclusion. Knowing your why, that helps you keep going. Just keep going. But also at the same time, knowing your limits and spending time while you're focusing on the KPI of the company, monitoring yourself as well. Thank you very much for your inclusion here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very energizing panel to finish with, don't you think? And it followed very nicely on what Sean said, which was hang in there. And speaking of hanging in there, thank you for hanging in there with me up to the end. We are not quite at the end. No more panels, no more keynotes, no more firesides, but there is a concert. So NovB, which is a portfolio company of Jumpstart, one of the co-organizers and the host of opening day of Start Me Up Hong Kong, will be taking the stage. They're going to go through some nostalgia, music through the decades. They are a startup music collaborator, which I find pretty interesting. I do want to thank everyone today. We covered a myriad of topics. I think we covered the entire startup ecosystem and then some. I feel like I've been in an accelerator all day. I don't know if you feel that too. This is what the accelerator experience, I think, feels like. A lot of education, a lot of information exchange. Please meet each other, network. This is one of the big pluses of coming to things like this, not just listening, but also having a chance to meet each other and form new relationships. I want to thank Jumpstart, Relena, for asking me to host this today. I had great fun. And of course, Invest Hong Kong also for their support, and the many other corporate supporters. So stay for the concert, enjoy, have a drink or two. I think I need one. And thank you again for all your attention. Thanks.